Sometimes I'm gaining, then again I'm losing. Sometimes I'm rising, yes, sir. Then again I'm falling. Sometimes I'm gaining, then again I'm losing. Sometimes I'm rising, yes, sir. Then again I'm falling. Let Jesus work it out. Please, your Father, would work it out. Oh, let God work it out. Please, your Father, would work it out. Oh, let God work it out. Please, your Father, would work it out. Oh, let God work it out. Oh, work it out. You work it out for Mother Teresa. Sometimes I'm gaining, then again I'm losing. Sometimes I'm rising, yes, sir. Then again I'm falling. Sometimes I'm gaining, then again I'm losing. Sometimes I'm rising, yes, sir. Then again I'm falling. Let Jesus work it out. Please, your Father, would work it out. Oh, let God work it out. Please, your Father, would work it out. Oh, let God work it out. Please, your Father, would work it out. Oh, let God work it out. Oh, work it out. You work it out for Mother Teresa.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Dr. David Patrick Harry with Church of the Eternal Logos. And today we have a drama alert. We'll be covering everything from Congressman Joe Wilson's recent attack on the Russian Orthodox Church to the rise and boldness of the Islamic radicals in the West, to what appears to be the U.S.'s new war with Venezuela, the MTG fallout with Trump, and all types of stuff. And of course, it's been a while since I've actually done a stream. So my wife and I just got back late last week or earlier last week. Or when was it? We got back Tuesday of last week. From our trip to Nashville, DebateCon, and then to the Athens and Jerusalem conference. So I already saw. Major shout out to Austin DeTulio. We actually were able to spend time and hang out in Nashville, along with Jonathan Newby. He's a member of our Logos Academy and the men's group. Sam Red Fox may be in the chat later. Was able to meet him. So we had a great time. Austin, thank you so much, brother, for throwing in $10. He says, it was great meeting you in Nashville, brother. Glad you're back at the helm. Yeah, feels good to be back in the captain's seat. I got so much content to make in the next few days. I'm excited. I feel like this is the first time in 2025 that I don't have all these exterior things going on, whether it be the dissertation or book or life, or moving. And so I'm definitely going to smash December 2026 or 2025, I'm sorry, into set the momentum for the year 2026. We were talking about that last night, actually, in the men's group over at the Logos Academy. We had a fitness meeting last night, and a lot of what the guys were talking about is really getting momentum built up in our lives for 2026. Who knows what's going to come? I suspect it's going to be just as dynamic and unpredictable as 2025 was. But isn't it crazy that 2025 is over? I mean, is it just me, guys? Let me know in the chat. I mean, what was it? January 24th was the inauguration of Trump. And it's like we're already through the year. That was it almost a year ago. It literally feels like a couple months ago. Charlie Kirk was the beginning of September. That feels like just a few weeks ago. It's crazy how much time is moving. I was talking about this with some friends, and they were speculating, is time really speeding up? And I think it's more that we're taking in so much information, and the news cycle moves so fast that it feels like time is speeding up. But it's just crazy. And of course, when you get older, I turned 36 this year. When you get older, it's natural for you to experience time as shorter because your reference point is so much larger, right? So a year to an 80-year-old is much shorter than a year to a 3-year-old. But it seems like something else is going on. Everybody I talk to is saying the same thing about how fast time is moving. It's crazy that 2025 is basically over. I mean, but blessed nativity to everyone. We have entered the nativity fast. We are approaching the birth of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And that actually, one of the things we're going to be talking about today is Joe Rogan. Did you guys see the clips of Joe Rogan on I don't even know the guy's podcast, but he was talking about how he's going to church now. He's talking about how Christianity works, kind of like the religion of be a good person. And then he goes into some very strange places, believing that a sentient AI is the return of Jesus Christ, which is, a la Return to Babylon from Adam to Antichrist, exactly what I talk about regarding people having modern presuppositions and how they are going to bow down and worship the Antichrist AI. So we're going to be covering a little bit of that. But I got to say, for my trip, the trip to Nashville, let me catch up real quick. I see some people send some stuff in. Dave, Kodo crew member for 6 months, says, how'd you like Tennessee? Orthodoxy is exploding here. I love Tennessee. Last time I was in Tennessee before DebateCon was actually with Andrew Wilson. We went to a Metallica concert. We went there when Metallica was in Nashville. So I my wife and I, we enjoy Nashville. Been to the Antiochian church down in Franklin, Tennessee. And, one of my good friends, he actually lives in Nashville. He's very close to Holy Trinity, the beautiful Greek parish in downtown Nashville, or in, I don't know, you'd say downtown, but in Nashville proper. And so I say we get to the DebateCon, I leave early Saturday morning to try to get down there. The event started on Saturday, something like that. And meet up with Andrew. He gets us, my wife and I, our passes to go around, or VIP passes. And I started asking him, when's your debate? Jake Rattlesnake was already debating a leftist. I think it was Planet Peterson or some type of secularist. When I got there, they're in the Q&A portion. But I was able to see Jim Bob did a great job. He did Surrounded by 5 people. Basically, it wasn't surrounded, but they'd raise their hand. Topic, a prompt would be, Jim Bob would state a prompt. If they object, they'd come and sit in cross from me, and they go back and forth. I think it was for 2 to 3 minutes each time. So I was able to see that. And I was talking with Andrew. I was like, when's your debate? start. He's like, man, I'm debating Hakikachu. He thinks we're going to be talking about metaphysics. I'm going to be talking about how they marry their cousins, their cousin effers. And I'm just not going to stop, man. I got this presentation and I'm just going to be talking because the prompt of the debate was what creates better societies, Christianity or Islam? So I was talking with Andrew and he had this hilarious line. He's like, yeah, man, he thinks we're going to be talking about metaphysics. I'm just going to be talking about how they're cousin effers. And I got a whole PowerPoint on how they're inbred, they're low IQ. They have these deformations due to the amount of incest. And I was like, oh, okay. He's like, yeah, man, you're not going to want to miss that. So, my wife and I, we were hanging out with basically Jim Bob, Meg Bob. Shout out to Rob Noer. Was able to meet him in person. Really, really nice guy. Rob's a really nice guy. Everybody I met, everybody I've known with the Crucible. And again, I'm already personal friends with Andrew, but shout out to the Crucible and all the guys that work over there and help that project. Really genuine people. And so then the debate happens that night on Saturday, and I mean, all hell broke loose. And it went exactly as Andrew talked about. And Hikikachu was totally caught off guard. He was not expecting the debate to be about cousin marriage, Islamic cousin marriage. But the rhetoric was one. What was amazing about that was the Q&A portion. So the Q&A portion after the debate was over, Hikikachu, there's two questions that really sort of dropped the mask. I don't know if you guys watch. I haven't watched any of the modern day debates, so I don't know what was all on the videos. I was there in person. But one of the questions was asking Hikikachu, if you had a daughter and your nephew came home with your daughter to ask for her hand in marriage, what would you say? And he said, yeah, I'd be okay with that. I'd entertain that, which I was shocked he would admit that, even if that's how he felt, knowing the perception, because Hikikachu's whole argument about Islam being better for society was essentially because it's more trad. And so he basically strawmans Protestant Christianity as being liberal, effeminate, constantly changing, which are all true. Fair enough. Not the case with Orthodoxy, arguably the longest rival of Islam. And we're still here. But the idea was that Islam is so much more trad and therefore it's better. So he was trying to make like a red pill, like, look how much more trad we are than the Christians. We're better for society. But Andrew going to the cousin marriage stuff. So one, he admits the cousin marriage. If I were him, I would have just said, I don't know if I would feel comfortable with my daughter marrying my nephew, but at least according to Islam, there's nothing that is prohibiting that. He didn't. He just said he full on endorsed it. And then somebody else made another comment about, cousin effers, and his mask just dropped. It was like the last question. He's like, you know what? Yeah, I like the low IQ Muslims, because part of the whole thing about them being inbred is that, I don't think there's a single Islamic nation that has an average IQ over 86. I'm pretty sure. So they don't even get to, they're not even in the 90s in regards to average IQ. Now, it doesn't mean that somebody couldn't have 160 IQ in a Muslim country. Of course they could. We're talking about averages here. So, don't do the thing where you don't understand an average and statistical averages. Anyways, so everybody was bringing up how dumb they are due to inbred, inbreeding, all this different stuff. And he goes, you know what? Yeah, I like the Muslims with the low IQ. And you know what? Because we actually believe our faith, we're going to be coming with our dumb little swords and we're going to be taking over your country. Yeah, that's right. We're here to take over America. And it was like the last major comment he made during the debate. And I was like, wow, okay, well, at least he's being honest, right? I appreciate the forthrightness, because they do this song and dance where they pretend like, oh, you're an Orthodox Christian, I'm Muslim. Well, you see, we're allies against the woke, we're allies against the degeneracy of the West. But then once they get the opportunity, they let you know that no, actually, they're here to conquer, just as everybody would suspect. So they're no ally whatsoever. And that's going to tie into some of the drama stuff that I want to show you guys today, because I got tons of videos of how bold Islam is getting in the West and the Somali problem here in the United States. And again, we're going to be talking about Trump. And so his rhetoric is good, his effectiveness is poor. But talking about deporting a large swath of the Somali population there in Minnesota, which I'm all in favor of. I want the least amount of Somalis in my country as possible. Just look at the history of Somalia. It's not actually, it's not the crown jewel of Africa. Let's put it that way. So anyways, we were there for, Saturday, Sunday, and shout out to Andrew too. On Saturday night, he rented out a top portion of one of the bars on Broadway there in Nashville. And it was a great time, man. My wife had a great time. I had a great time. It was so much fun meeting so many in the Crucible crew. So we had a joyful couple days in Nashville. Then we left, drove down to St. Augustine, Florida, where my wife and I were able to see the beach a little bit. Weather's way better in Florida than it here is Indiana. We're snow covered, so we're full-blown winter season now. But was able to have dinner with Jay and Jamie, spend time with Jay quite a bit. And the conference went great. So the conference theme, as I told you guys, was Athens and Jerusalem. And so the conversation then was a sort of a philosophical, theological conversation on what is the traditions of Athens and Jerusalem, and how do they come together? How do they reconcile their differences? My presentation was basically taking my book and then reframing it as transhumanism being the tradition of Athens desiring to supplant the tradition of Jerusalem, meaning that it has its own prophecies, it has its own eschatology, it is its own religion, and yet it's all built into this sort of critical rationalist framework, this very modernist philosophical enlightenment project. And so it is sort of the traditions of Athens extending itself and attempting to become the traditions of Jerusalem. That was kind of the point of my presentation. And then I had like 10 reasons why transhumanism and orthodoxy are legitimate opposites. And so at the conference, I was able to meet Father Peter Heers in person. So I never met Father Peter Heers. In fact, I'll be on Orthodox Ethos next Tuesday. So a week from today, I'll be on Orthodox Ethos with Father Peter Heers. We'll actually be going over my book. So thank you so much, Father Peter, and everybody over at Orthodox Ethos. It's the first people to actually ask me to kind of present my book. Well, I would say Anthony Westgate. Actually, Anthony Westgate was the first one to ask, although he hadn't finished the book yet. So I've sent Father Peter a PDF. He's going over the book. And so really looking forward to promoting that and having a conversation with Father Peter next week on his channel. I was able to meet Ben. You guys might know him as like Ortho Luigi on X. Christian Mario, was able to meet him and his fiance. Very nice guys. Was able to, actually, I thought I saw his name here. There he is. Josiah Elleron, was able to meet Josiah in person. Josiah, thank you so much, brother, for all the support. He throws in 20, says, people need to read your book. It's really informative and important. Well, thank you so much, Josiah, man. I really appreciate it. And I'll tell you what, brother, it was a pleasure to meet you. It was great to talk with you and just spend time together down in Florida, man. It was a lot of fun. I tell you, all the people I've met that I only have known your YouTube handle, that's one of the more joyful experiences I have when we travel, is being able to actually see a face, to see who's actually behind the handle, because so many times you guys, and this is the irony of being like a public figure, I guess, if you will, is that when you meet people, they know way more about you than you know about them. So it's always fun when you go to like the conferences or debate con that people know you, they've watched your content, they've heard you talk personally about yourself or your life, and then you go to meet them and you don't know who the hell they are, and yet they know so much about you. So there's a little bit of an interesting dynamic there. But Josiah, it was great to meet you, brother. Thank you so much for your support, and also shout out to Akathist, because he said the exact same thing. Josiah Akathist said he's almost finished my book, and so guys, everybody who has purchased, I want to thank you all so very, very much. But if you haven't, get my book, Return to Babylon from Adam to Antichrist. Really, really happy with everybody who's able to give me a positive review over on Amazon. We're up to 18 5-stars. And so I just want to thank you guys so much for the support. If anybody is interested in getting the book, you can do so with this link right here. At least this is the Amazon link. If you'd like me to personally sign it, which I would be happy to do, you can do that through my website. Just go to davidpatrickharry.com. You'll see a big link there pop up, and I'll get notified. I just shipped out all my books. I just got 20 more that came in. So I'm locked and loaded if anybody wants a signed copy. But anyways, so Athens, Jerusalem was able to meet Father Peter Heers, John Heers, Father Peter's brother was there, Father Hans Jacobsy was there, Metropolitan Jonah was able to spend time with him again, Vladika. Always a good time. I was with him in Montanica and Abbot Trifon. Also, to make a special announcement, I will be at Montanica 2026. So as obviously able to spend time with FDA. FDA and I, we always have a lot of fun when we get together in person. And so his wife was able to see her and spend time with her. We always have a lot of fun. And they were able to meet my wife. And so FDA, when he got back to Montana, talked with the powers that be, and they've cordially invited me back to Montanica. So I did the first 3 years of Montanica. I did not do last year. And when was maybe 2 years? Was it 2 years in a row I haven't done it? So anyways, looking forward to going back and really to show my wife Montana. So we're definitely going to have to do some road trips through Yellowstone and all that stuff. Anyways, was able to see FDA, spend time with Jay. And on the last night, and shout out to actually one of my Hoosiers buddies, Zach and his wife, Haley. Zach's one of the guys in the Logos Academy. He's actually a friend here in Indiana. Total Chad. Former military guy, was able to spend time with him and his family. That was a lot of fun as well. Anyways, on the last night, for those of you who don't know, sorry for this long-winded overview of my trip. John Heers, for those of you who don't know, John Heers does these Georgian supras where he is the Tamada. The Tamada is essentially the Toastmaster. And so these supras were a tradition in Georgia even before they were Orthodox, and they would have these large feasts, and it's sort of a wine drinking, toasting ceremony, essentially. And because of how drunk and belligerent people would get, the church kind of stamped it out. But then the Georgians asked their bishop, can we do the supras again? But then they first asked in favor of doing funerals when somebody died, to do these toasting ceremonies. And so it's totally been re-sanctified and cleansed in the Orthodox lens. But this is a staple of Georgian culture and society, is these toasting ceremonies. And my wife was asking me what it was. And it's really hard for me to describe exactly what you have to experience it. You have to experience it. And essentially, I told her that, well, it's kind of like this Georgian traditional dinner. They have tons of food. Everybody drinks wine. You're not allowed to pour your own wine glass. So you have to look around your friends, and women aren't actually supposed to pour. So men have to look around the table, make sure anybody whose wine is getting low, you fill it back up. It'd be improper for you to grab a bottle and fill up your own cup, because that would insinuate like you're trying to get drunk. Like, what are you doing, bro? And so it's supposed to be this generous offering and gift. And so it's this feedback between each other. And so the way it works is you sit there. Oh, and we met we met the Dirt Poor Robins. So Neil and Kate, I gotta say, those are some really cool people. So Neil and Kate from Dirt Poor Robins, you may have seen them. I've done a stream with Neil. I had never met his wife, Kate, and we were able to do the Supra at their house. This was the last night we were in Florida. Really cool people. Like, major shout out to Neil and Kate. Very cool people. Very kind, very genuine and original people. And so we go over to their house, and I'm sitting with Neil, another gentleman, FDA, me, my wife, FDA's wife, Jay, Jamie. And that's kind of our small little area of who we communicate with. And so John then is the Tamada. He's the Toastmaster of the Supra, right? And so, and nobody had done it besides a handful of people. And FDA and I had participated when John was at Montanica last time I went, which was with Abbott Trefon and those guys, or maybe that was the following year. It was with Father Turbo and stuff. Anyways, John was there, and he did like a abbreviated 30, 45 minute, Supra at a round table at Montanica. We're all like drinking beer. But so it wasn't the real thing. I'd never been to the real one. Now, John has a restaurant in Greenville, South Carolina. And after I explain what exactly took place, I highly recommend you guys to go and experience it yourself. It's an incredible, incredible experience. And so let me try to frame it real quick. So what is it? Well, it's a toasting ceremony that people give thanks and appreciation or mourn or just speak intimately about their lives. And so the Toastmaster will give a large, overarching, abstract concept, and then people will stand up and then toast specifically to something. And so I'll explain here in just a few. So, and I told my wife, yeah, I people get like really emotional. I remember when we did it for like 45 minutes to an hour, people are already crying because there's just this weird energy. And that's what John was talking about, is like, you have to experience this sort of mystical energy at these Supras. And so, okay, it starts. And so I forget what the first one was. I think it had something to do with parents and fatherhood. And so John will say, here's the first toast. This is to the dedication that our parents put forth in raising us, whether we liked it or not, through good times and bad. And so then everybody takes a sip of their wine, and then you start talking with the people around you. And it could be totally unrelated to the toast. And then somebody will just stand up on the table and they'll ask to do a toast. And then the Tamada gives them permission. So John gives them permission. They stand up, and then it was like 4 or 5 guys talking about how they didn't have great relationships with their father. And it's very intimate and very sincere. And it was, everywhere from priests standing up. I was able to, spend time with Father Vladimir, Jay's priest in Palm Coast. It was anywhere from priest, just regular people that you would know if I were to say their names. I'm not going to out anybody or say what anybody said, because it does get really personal and intimate, and people get emotional. A lot of tears were flowing, and it wasn't necessarily a sad emotion. But people, guys would stand up and talk about how they never got along with their fathers, never really appreciated their fathers as men. They grow up, and then for one individual, it was him actually sitting with his father for the last 2 months of his life because he was bedridden, and sort of reigniting the relationship with his dad. And so he mentioned, they stand up and then they say all this. And then everybody drinks to it. And then another person will stand up. And it just went on a variety of topics. And, one of the toasts was to death, or people that had passed away. And, some people that you would know, I'm not going to mention who, stood up and talked about really close people to them dying in the very recent history here, like in the last few months. And just to see the sincerity, and people give appreciation to friends, to parents, to siblings that have died recently, very, very touching. And Yeah, so it was just an incredible experience, and that lasted for 6 hours. So Kate, Neil's wife from Dirt Poor Robin, she's making all this food. We're sitting here at the table, and John does a toast. So we're just drinking wine, eating a little bit of food. No, more food comes out. And John said, yeah, these things last like 6 hours. Now, it started at like, we were supposed to be at his house by 6. And I was thinking, well, shoot, I got to drive home to Indiana the next day. I'm not trying to stay till midnight. So I was like, oh, we'll stay for, tell my wife, we'll stay for like 3.5 hours or so. No, we stayed for like 7 hours. It was like 1:30 in the morning by the time we got back. And I needed to get back, wake up the next morning and drive 15 hours back to Indiana, which we did. That was brutal. But I'll tell you what, these Supras, just an absolutely incredible experience. Now, you don't always do them. Like if you go to the restaurant in Greenville, you don't always do them with people you know. A lot of times they're with strangers. But anyway, just a major thank you and shout out to John Hears. What an incredible experience. Major thank you to Neil and Kate for hosting us at their house. And major thank you to Jay and Father Vladimir for inviting me to the Athens and Jerusalem conference. It went really, really well. So yeah. And then, like I said, 15 hours, always get stuck in traffic in Atlanta. I hate Atlanta. I'm sorry. If anybody's in Georgia or anybody's in Atlanta, I'm sorry. I hate Atlanta. I can't say I've spent a whole lot of time like actually enjoying Atlanta itself, but it's always a nightmare to drive through. I hate driving through Atlanta. So anyways, that was Mojo says I was born in Atlanta. I just have no fond memories of any time at any point in Atlanta. Lockstep says I'm in Atlanta. Yeah, Kristen says Atlanta's a top 10 worst cities in America. I'm not a fan. I mean, you, as soon as you start getting towards Atlanta, like the traffic, people are driving crazy. There's so much traffic. It took us like over an hour just to move from one side of Atlanta to the other side. Yeah, Mojo said last time I was there. Argus says, I live in Georgia and I hate Atlanta too. I share the same sentiment. So yeah, 15-hour drive the next day. So much caffeine to try to keep me awake because my wife doesn't have a driver's license and she's from Germany. So they ride the train everywhere. They do the Deutsche Bahn. Oh, there he is right there. But at least there is no crime in Atlanta. FDA's in the house. Hey, brother, I was just talking a little bit about our experience at the Supra, our experience together down in Florida. Just announced that I'll be back at Montanica in 2026. And FDA, God bless you, brother. I really appreciate your friendship. Every time we get together, we have a great time. Really appreciate your wife. We always get along so well. And I just love you, bro. Really appreciate it. Looking forward to spending more time together, man. There he says, yes, can't wait to see you again, brother. Yeah, it's always a fun time. We always have a fun time. Every time we get together, there's a memory that we can talk about next time we get together that brings smiles to our face. So yeah, appreciate you, man. So that was kind of my trip. So before we even get into was John here? Yeah, that's what I was saying, man. John led the Supra. No, it's not brutal at all. Dude, it goes by so fast. It's an incredible experience, guys. It's not like some arduous task. It's not like you feel like you're burdened by sitting there. One, you're drinking a significant portion of wine. So, I don't know if I'm letting anything out of the bag, but John told a story when Father Peter went to Georgia, because Father Peter doesn't drink alcohol. And John was telling me, well, when you go to one of these Georgian Supras, dude, it's incredibly impolite to not drink. If they pour you wine, you must drink the wine. And he's like, well, I don't drink. He's like, I'm going with bishops. Bishops don't drink. And he goes, well, in Georgia they do. And so according to John, I'll have to confirm with Father Peter maybe next Tuesday. But according to John, Father Peter went to Georgia, and yes, the bishops he was with and Father Peter all partook in the Supra. So, it was a lot of fun. If you guys are interested in having the Supra experience, go to John Hears' restaurant in Greenville, South Carolina. I highly, highly recommend it. So, anyways. Yeah, that was kind of the trip there. I want to catch up on some of these super chats, but we got so much drama alert stuff to get through. Of course, the first portion is going to be the recent attack on Orthodoxy in America by Congressman Joel Wilson, of South Carolina. That's right. So let me catch up real quick, and then we'll dive into everything. Snagglebeast, been a Coda Crew member for 21 months. Thank you so much, brother. He says, God bless TPH. Glad you made it back home safe. Yeah, me too. I'll tell you what, I was so tired. By the time I got through the other side of Atlanta, it was like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and we had been driving like 9 hours at that point. And I was like, gosh, and I still got to get basically south to Indianapolis. And I was like, I don't know if I can do this. So just smashing caffeine. And then eventually it was a 15-hour drive due to traffic. We eventually made it back. Bitter Klinger throws in 20. Thank you so much, brother. He says, as the powers that be fix their eye on American Orthodoxy, I praise the Father. Never did, quote, blessed are you when they revile and persecute you and say all things of evil against you falsely for my sake ring truer. Yeah, well, we're going to dive into that here in just a minute. So thank you so much, Bitter Klinger, for the support. David James Flood throws in 10, says the irony is Daniel is of Persian descent, and his people who practice Zoroastrianism were conquered by the Arab Muslims who spread their death cult by way of the sword. Yeah, I think you're talking about Hikikachu. Well, that's the thing about it in Iran. Yes, they have, the Islamic regime in power there, but that's why there's like a massive amount of underground conversions to Christianity, is because Islam is explicitly a submission to Arabism, right? And it would be like, I mean, it's not the exact same thing, but in a way, to submit to rabbinic Judaism, Talmudic Judaism, is to submit to a sort of Jewish ethnicity, a Jewish culture, Jewish language, and very much in the same thing is true of Islam. And so Persians, they have a long history before Islam. They were a great civilization before Islam. The Arabs, not so much. The Arabs were nomadic tribes people in the desert. And it's Islam that united them. And because of how good they were on horseback, that's one of the reasons why Islam was able to expand so quickly and conquer, is to give credit where credit's due. The Muslims were great on horseback, and they totally annihilated, the traditional Byzantine, legions and military procedures that their formations. They were just too bulky. They weren't able to maneuver. And, the feint retreat, if you ever learn about Byzantine history, the feint retreat, we fell into that all the time. We think the Muslims were retreating, then we chase them, we get out of our formations, and then they would slaughter us. So, but I will say the Persians, I could see the Persians eventually moving away from Islam. I mean, it's so ingrained now because of the history. I mean, but there you can see the beginning markers of it. Gorilla Biscuit gifted 1 Coda Crew membership. Thank you so much, Gorilla Biscuit. Really appreciate it. And guys, if you're feeling generous today, please gift some Coda Crew memberships. Would greatly appreciate that. Lasagna throws in 10, no comment. Thank you very much, Garfield. Do appreciate it. Nathaniel, one of my friends, longtime supporter of mine, actually, when the channel was very, very small. Shout out to him and his family. He says, bummed I couldn't make it to any of the recent in-person events. Hope to attend some next year. Do you know what dates of Montanica 2026? I believe Montanica is always, I don't know if FDA is still in the chat or not. But it's the first or second week of June, typically the first or second week of June. So I love, there it is. It's June 4th through the 7th, June 4th through the 7th in 2026, Nathaniel. So that is an event if you're able to attend. Those are always fun. Always fun. And you can bring your family, Nathaniel. I know that you got kids if your wife is interested. If not, it's a good little men's trip. But don't feel like you can't bring your wife and children. There will be other wives and children there. Jim Bob. Jim Bob throws in 10, brother. He says, thanks for the bourbon. It was delicious. So shout out to Jim Bob and Meg Bob. I tell you what, I've only been able to hang out with Jim Bob and his wife twice. But like FDA, we have a splendid time. Of course, when you're with Andrew Wilson, you drink more than you usually drink. But Jim Bob helped me out. If you guys remember when I went on the Whatever podcast, my wife she wasn't familiar with how to run my streaming software. And I really wanted to dual stream my appearance on the dating panel and my debate with Xena on the YouTube channel. And I wasn't obviously going to be able to do it myself. And so Jim Bob was kind enough to say I could give him my access to my StreamYard. And he did that for me. And so I bought him a very nice bottle of bourbon, Tennessee bourbon, from Old Glory Distillery. Shout out to Old Glory. One of their nephews actually dates my niece. And so I've been partial to their distillery, and they make great stuff. So I got a really nice bottle, one of their best bottles for Jim Bob. Told him like 2 months ago, I was like, hey, what's your address? I got a gift I want to send you. Of course, I'd never sent it. And so then I just brought it with me to Nashville. So I'm glad you enjoyed the bourbon, my man. It's good stuff, isn't it? So God bless you, man. Really, really appreciate spending more time with you and the wife. It was a lot of fun. And AC throws in 10. AC, thank you so much, brother, for the support. Really appreciate that. And let's see if anybody's sent anything in. John Anon throws in 5 over on Dono Chat. Says, hey, DPH, keep up the good work. Looking forward to the St. Nicholas the Wonder Worker stream. St. Nicholas Day celebration coming up soon. Blessed Nativity. Yeah, so John Hammond, author of this book right here, I'll be doing a stream on St. Nicholas the Wonder Worker, the real story of Santa Claus, either Friday. Obviously, the Western feast day for St. Nicholas is Saturday. I may do it Saturday. It's just typically it's hard to get an engaging audience on Saturday because people are busy with their lives. It's the weekend. So I typically don't stream very often on Saturday, Sunday evening, but I need to do it before his feast day. So I was thinking maybe Friday evening would be a good day to go over St. Nicholas the Wonder Worker, the real story of Santa Claus. So shout out to John for putting together another book. And major shout out to Josiah Elleron, just gifted 5 Codal Crew memberships. Thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate you. Really appreciate you. Okay, before we start diving into all the content I got for you guys today, I do want to do some quick housekeeping regarding the usual items, I should say. First one is if you want to support my work and you're a man, do join the Logos Academy. So we are having incredible meetings. Shout out to Alex. He was a gentleman that I met at the Athens in Jerusalem conference in Florida. And I think he actually lives in Atlanta, ironically, or at least in Georgia. I'm pretty sure it's near Atlanta, if not in Atlanta. So no shots fired, Alex. But he recently joined our Logos Academy and was blown away by the sincerity and the intimacy of the men, because we have it's not very many boys. If you are a young man, you are more than welcome to join, but it's just a lot of established men in different walks of life holding each other accountable, learning different things. So we want to do, we got some think tanks coming up. I think one of the ideas I need to run it by the Logos Academy, is going over Father Sarah from Rose's The Orthodox Survival Guide. It kind of does intellectual history and looks at the errors of the West. I have that on PDF. And so what we do is I'll post a PDF like a week or two before a meeting and tell people to read it when you can. So anyways, if you're interested in in a men's only community that's interested in philosophy, theology, education, cultural commentary, geopolitics, stuff like that. Do join the Logos Academy. We would love to have you. Again, it's a men's only community. So sorry, ladies, if you do join and I find out you're a woman, you will be barred from the community, just because, you know, women throw off the dynamic. They really do. So, and it's hard to find a men's only space. And for so many of us, even if you are Orthodox, you build a unique intimacy with other men doing similar things as you and really striving to become the best version of themselves compared to, you know, maybe just the close parishioners you have at your own parish. So anyways, check that out if you guys are interested. Also, if anybody wants to sponsor a stream, I got tons of sponsored streams I'm going to be doing in the next 2 weeks. Literally, I think I have 5 sponsored streams I plan to finish in the next 2 weeks. So tons of sponsored stream content. Really excited for some of the stuff. One of them I think is going to be really interesting is a deep dive into dragons. So somebody requested a stream on dragons, and so you'll hear my opinion. Am I a dragon or a dinosaur guy? Which one is it? Well, you'll have to tune in to the sponsored stream on Dragons and Fire to find out. But we'll be doing a deep dive into dragon. Anyways, a whole bunch of topics. This, you know, we'll be doing this Friday or Saturday, but probably Friday. We'll be doing a deep dive into St. Nicholas. So if you have a sponsored stream that you would like to, if you would like for me to do, please use that link that I just posted. If anybody's interested in signing up for a one-on-one session, you can do so with this link right here, and we can get in a private Zoom meeting and talk about whatever your heart desires. And then if you want a signed copy of my book, which I would be happy to send out, I got 18 copies over here sitting in a box. Use this link right here. If you prefer to get a cheaper version, because it is more expensive through my website to sign in everything, please use Amazon. And if you do purchase through Amazon, I would greatly appreciate if you're able to leave a 5-star review and a comment. Thank you to so many of you guys that have left the 18 rating so far. That has helped my book jump on Amazon and get more exposure to people who are not necessarily followers of mine. So I've been able to get some purchases from people that don't follow me, specifically through the positive reviews, and that boosting it over on the Amazon algo. So thank you for that. Obviously, we're in the nativity. So if anybody is looking for a book or a resource, I should say, to help find fasting techniques, strategies, recipes, stuff like that, you can do so with this link right here. And let me see if I can share that. There we go. Okay. And also, if you guys are interested in peptides, I told you all that I'm actually currently doing a 2-month cycle using BPC 157. It's kind of, it's, and it's 20% off right now. So get your Black Friday deals, guys. These are very expensive products. So the neuroregenerate helps you build new neurons. So peptides, not exactly steroids. Again, check out my stream I did with Dr. Michael Muller. We go over exactly what peptides are and how they're, amino acid sequences. But I'm a big fan of BPC 157. I've noticed a massive improvement regarding a nagging injury I had with my muscles and tendons in my left elbow. It's gotten a lot better. So if you guys are interested in getting some peptides, or at least checking them out, use promo code COTEL, COTEL, and you will get a discount on these products. I can guarantee the quality. That's one of the reasons why they're so expensive. But it will be worth it. And then also, if you're interested in some Orthodox items, check out orthodoxdepot.com. Use promo code COTEL. Prayer ropes, study Bibles, incense, whatever it may be, and you can get a discount there as well. Okay. Now we got all that out of the way. Let me pull up my first set of agenda items here. So first thing that happened while I was gone was while I was on my trip, I saw everybody on X talking about Joe Wilson. Joe Wilson's attacking the Russian Orthodox Church. I thought, what? Why is Joe Wilson attacking the Russian Orthodox Church? And this came right on the heels of an article that I'm going to be showing you guys. Where is it at? Right here. Now, it was a New York Times article, but I don't pay for the New York Times. So I found a free version over it on BeliefNet. Talking about how Orthodox church pews are overflowing with converts. This piece wasn't exactly a hit piece. I wouldn't describe it as that. It was kind of just attempting to talk about the phenomenon of Orthodoxy right now. Anyways, we'll be covering it here in just a few. So we've talked about how Orthodoxy is on a massive rise, and really in Western civilization, because from everything I'm seeing, this is occurring in Germany. I'm told in England. I haven't talked with as many people in England, but I have heard in Ireland for sure that there's a massive growth in Orthodox converts. So I'm sure it's happening in England as well. I don't know about France. I don't know how big the Orthodox community is in France. I would imagine it still might be the case, but at least I know specifically Ireland, Germany, the US, Canada, Australia, that a lot of people are converting to the Orthodox Church. And I just did a stream before I left, so it's now, 2 weeks ago, talking about why America will be Orthodox, because the reasons young people are converting to Orthodoxy are not a cultural fad, as Joel Webbin and some of the Protestant and Catholics are trying to argue, is that, well, so many of these young guys are becoming Orthodox because the aesthetics, it looks masculine. You got Father Moses, who's a power lifter. And I would say not quite. Now, certainly the aesthetics play a factor into it. The uniqueness and the mystique around Orthodoxy, because it's Eastern, it's not Western, plays into it. It is sort of being a new field of exploration for people to learn, plays into it. But the reasons why people are becoming Orthodox are so fundamental to the American project that no cultural fad is occurring here. This is going to continue for the next 5 to 10, hopefully for indefinitely, but definitely for the next decade or more. And Metropolitan Jonah was asked a question at the Athens and Jerusalem conference, like, what is one of the major problems facing the church with the amount of influx that we've had? We are now, at least according to the Pew Research Center, 1% of the U.S. population. So we are now at least 1%. Some speculate more. I heard one Orthodox priest at a presentation I went to at St. George in Fishers, Indiana. I think it was Father Paul from Pittsburgh. And he argued that we went from 700,000 to 6 million, which is a common number people are throwing out there. It's hard to know, because Pew Research, their research is always a few years behind. So their latest research on Orthodoxy is from 2023 to 2024. And that's where it said we are now at least above 1% of the U.S. population. But when Metropolitan Jonah was asked, like, what's the biggest thing facing the church right now, he highlighted that we don't have clergy, that we, a rough estimate, have about 2,500 parishes in the United States. Almost every parish, or at least the majority of parishes, have a record number of catechumens and inquirers into the church. As we've talked about, around 75% of all of them are young men. And even according to Pew Research, I have the graph here. So it says we're now 1% of the population here. Most Orthodox actually live in the Northeast, which I thought was very interesting. I guess it makes sense with the ethnic communities. In the South, 31% is in the South, which I thought was pretty interesting, that Orthodoxy is strongest in the South right now. And then the Northeast, then the West, and then the Midwest. I was surprised by the Midwest being the least amount. Anyways, when you go down here to gender, you can see, based on the new 2023 to 2024 statistical data, we are now 61% male. which makes sense with all the people coming in. That makes sense. So here, let me share this. If anybody, I'm not going to go deep into this, but this is a link to the latest Pew Research Center regarding Orthodoxy in America. If anybody wants to dive into that yourself in your own time. So interesting stuff. We have a very low average age. One of the reasons why the church is thriving, we're getting the prime demo right now, as the media figures like to call it, the prime demo, right? 18 to 35 is like the prime demo. That way you have people that are going to watch your program into the future, right? That's why Fox News, they want to get young people, not boomers. They're struggling with that. But Orthodoxy, we are getting the prime demo. We're getting the people that are going to be there for the next 40 to 60 years. And Metropolitan Jonah highlighted that we have to get more clergy. Every jurisdiction, every archdiocese is struggling with clergy. We don't have enough clergy. And in response to that, also, we don't have enough churches. And Metropolitan Jonah was highlighting that if the trend of growth that we are seeing continues, just anticipating it continues for the next 5 years, we would need to double the amount of parishes in the United States to adequately accommodate all of Orthodox Christians in America, which is a good thing, but also a potential impediment, right? That means we need money. That means we need people tithing to the parishes. We need the parishes then attempting to expand and build churches and get into bigger buildings, if not build their own Byzantine-style church. But to build a Byzantine-style church usually is well over $1 million. Once you incorporate all the iconography work, the architecture, it's not cheap. So we're at a very interesting point as Orthodox Christians in America, because we are experiencing massive growth, which I don't think is going to stop anytime soon. As I highlighted in my speech in Florida, I remember when I was inquiring in 2018 and converted in 2019, when I told someone I was Orthodox, often the first response is, "Are you Jewish?" But now in 2025, you tell the average person you're Orthodox, and they're like, "Oh, Eastern Orthodox. I've heard about that. I really don't know much about it." And my point is, Orthodoxy is truly entering the mainstream right now. People talk about, well, I've even mentioned it in previous streams, how Fuentes has reached mainstream appeal. He's certainly part of the mainstream right-wing political discourse now. But I would say also at the religious level, Orthodoxy has reached a mainstream a mainstream presentation in regards to the religious landscape of America, and that's not going to slow down. So with that being said, I've told you guys to watch out for this exact thing, that especially the political, the politicians who are beholden to the globalist, to the Zionist, and Joel Wilson being one of them. We're going to use the growth of Orthodoxy, and especially ROCOR, as a pretext to claim that we are somehow subversive to America. And that's exactly what we see here. So here is Joel Wilson, a congressman in the U.S., says the Russian Orthodox Church is not a separate religious organization, but an extension of the Russian state, which isn't true at all. Evangelizing is illegal in Russia, and Christians are targeted and killed in Ukraine. Does he not realize that he just said Russia is Orthodox Christians, and then says Christians are being, it's illegal to evangelize Christianity? What, dude, what? So I guess he's wanting Protestants to evangelize, and because Orthodox nations say, hey, we really don't care to have all you Protestants here, so stop evangelizing. We're Orthodox. I think that's great. I think that's wonderful. Can you show me the track record of Protestantism? Again, I always say this. Is there any formerly Protestant nation that is still explicitly Christian? And I would say the most Christian former Protestant nation is probably America. And I struggle to label America as a Christian nation still. I have a separate thing that I'm going to be doing a stream called "Why I'm a Christian Supremacist," and it came to me because I walked through the mall with my wife. I was actually while we were on traveling, and all the signs said Happy Holidays. It was so hard to find anything that said Merry Christmas. And it irked me at such a fundamental level that I have vowed to go out of my way if I see an Indian, if I see anybody who may not be Christian, to wish them Merry Christmas. And that got me thinking is I need to do a stream on why I'm a Christian supremacist, right? White supremacy, all this stuff is, in vogue right now. But why I'm a Christian supremacist, that's the one supremacy I can actually get behind. So I'm going to be doing a stream on that in the near future. But he says Christians are being targeted and killed in Ukraine, which, again, Ukraine, right now they have the OCU, the Orthodox Church of Ukraine. That's the one that Bartholomew has blessed, which is basically a schismatic church. And I'm going to read this document to you guys, but he's got the whole thing mixed up. So he says, "Dear brothers and sisters in Christ, we are reaching out to invite you to take part in an important legislative day of action on Capitol Hill in support of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church." Well, the UOC is actually the real church, the one that Zelensky has been persecuting, the one that Zelensky's men have actually been arresting and imprisoning priests and monks, that clergy are on the run out of Ukraine because they're being persecuted. Their churches are being taken over. The Lavra in Kiev, they're having concerts in. I mean, they're totally defacing the sacrality of these institutions and of Orthodoxy in Ukraine. So the idea that Russia is suppressing the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, that's not. It's the Orthodox Church of Ukraine, the new one, that they're at war with. So he doesn't even know what's exactly is going on here. But on Tuesday, November 18th, we are gathering a group of parishioners to spend a day meeting with members of the U.S. Senate and Congress to raise awareness about the violations of religious freedom affecting the UOC. Our goal is to respectfully urge our elected officials to speak out in defense of religious liberty and rights of Orthodox Christians in Ukraine. Oh, what happened? We are looking for passionate, articulate parishioners who care deeply about this issue, are willing to offer a few hours of their time to help, even if only part of the day. This is a peaceful prayer effort to advocate for those suffering for their faith. Okay, so it's very strange that then he would blame Orthodox Christianity or Russian Orthodoxy for actually destroying the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. So here we have Father John Whiteford. You support beating up old ladies and stealing churches in Ukraine, and now you want to start persecuting Orthodox Christians here too, which is exactly the case, right? I am on record on streams really for the last 2 or 3 years saying, watch out, as Orthodoxy grows, we're going to be viewed, especially the Russian Orthodox Church, because I already saw it coming. The Russian Orthodox Church is going to be used as a prop as that it is dangerous, it's un-American, that somehow we're all KGB stooges that are being influenced by Putin, when it's totally unrelated, makes no sense. And so, you can go down here and he has stuff like talking about how Patriarch Kirill is the blesser of bombs, but Patriarch Bartholomew, which is, as we've talked about, there's an article called The CIA's Patriarch. Highly recommend you guys looking into that. I did a stream on it. He is deeply involved since the 1980s with the U.S. intelligence agencies. The man, and God bless him. I don't mean to speak ill of our patriarchs, but Bartholomew's been on the wrong side of a lot of stuff. And most recently, he was, what appears to be a soft reunion with Rome that just occurred in Constantinople, and sort of a celebration of the Council of Nicaea. This has just happened this past week. And so Bartholomew is subversive in certain ways. Now, I don't know his true heart. I don't know his intention, but let's just say things that he's done has caused great ire amongst the faithful. And so, of course, Joel Wilson then promotes Patriarch Bartholomew, someone who is literally an ecumenist. He's literally creating fake jurisdictions and dioceses in Eastern Europe because of a political problem with Moscow. And so what is the tension? Why is Constantinople and Moscow at such odds? Well, it has to do with the jurisdiction of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. In the 1600s, so before the 1600s, Constantinople was overseeing the church in Ukraine. In the 1600s, because the Ottoman Empire had already taken over Constantinople, they essentially gave authority over to Russia to look over the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. And so the Ukrainian Orthodox Church has always been under the Moscow Patriarchate since like 1637 or something. I forget the exact date, so you have to fact check me, but I know it's in the 1600s. And so Ukraine wanted to gain autocephalous status, meaning the Ukrainian Orthodox Church wanted to no longer be under the Moscow Patriarchate and have their own Ukrainian Patriarchate, just like the Serbs have their own, the Romanians have their own, the Bulgarians, the Greeks have their own. Ukraine wanted their own. Okay, fair enough. The problem is there is a procedure in which that occurs. And this is the argument from Moscow. Hey, there is a procedure. If that's what you want, now whether they want it or not, or whether they vote against it, that's a whole nother conversation. But there is a procedure, and Ukraine did not go to the procedure. Instead, Constantinople, Patriarch Bartholomew, essentially tried to reclaim, after 400 some years, authority over Ukraine. And that is why then he has blessed this creation of a new Orthodox Church, essentially the Orthodox Church of Ukraine, as opposed to the historical church. So that's why Moscow and Constantinople are at significant odds right now. And so here you have Joel. I completely agree with Thomas Beach. The Orthodox Church in America, the OCA, leads by example. They are self-governing, autocephalic. He doesn't even know what only that means. From the Moscow Patriarchate and aligned with the ecumenical patriarch Bartholomew. Okay. The Russian Orthodox Church outside Russia, on the other hand, still remains under the structure of Patriarch Kirill. And what's wrong with that? That's how it works. A former KGB officer who justifies kidnapping and trafficking of Ukrainian children and blesses bombs. What? Wait. Blesses bombs. Wasn't it all the neocons? Wasn't Nikki Haley actually writing her name on bombs in Israel to bomb the Gazans and the Palestinians? What? I mean, the double-mindedness here is just unreal. That's literally what the neocons do for Israel. And Kirill is supportive of Russia. He is the patriarch of Russia. Of course, he's going to bless the defense and the sovereignty of Russia. And another patriarch, the Greek patriarch, can bless the sovereignty of Greece as well. What are we doing here? Like, it just makes no sense. It is wrong to falsely associate a glorifier of mass murder and trafficking like Kirill with American Orthodox Christians. I mean, it's really disgusting. And shout out to Rep, was it Paula Luna? She actually came to the defense of the Russian Orthodox Church, and I believe it was John Whiteford's daughter who actually made an appearance in her office in DC. So major appreciation to them. But you can see this is what I was reading to you. And then he says, my comments pertain only to the leadership of the Russian Orthodox Church outside Rokor, okay, operating under the umbrella of the Moscow Patriarchate. So what? We literally have Somalians in our country. The U.S. is literally partnered with former Al-Qaeda leader who is now the president of Syria. What are we talking about? Patriarch Kirill has advocated for mass murder and persecution of Christians. What Christians has he? What? The whole war in Ukraine is because NATO and America are wanting to seize territory on behalf of BlackRock, right? I mean, did you guys see that BlackRock just bought up like a massive swath of like mountain slopes in Ukraine to create, ski resorts? Like, I talked about this before, but there was a whole like World Economic Forum discussion about how they're going to rebuild Ukraine, sponsored by BlackRock. So the whole point is to expand, take Ukraine from being a neutral territory, incorporate it into Western Europe or Europe proper and NATO under NATO sovereign, NATO defense and NATO having authority over Ukraine, and then basically allowing the globalists to, make it a wealthy resort area for rich people so that they can enjoy. Well, obviously that's threatening to Russia. That was established in like 1992 that NATO would not expand into Ukraine. So there would always be a buffer territory there. So anybody with a head on straight knows it's the West that has done this whole thing. And because Kirill has blessed the Russian defense means that he's supporting the mass murder of, what are we talking about here? But I bring all this up because, one, this is going to continue. This isn't going to slow down. I am very appreciative of Representative Luna for defending Orthodox Christianity and all the Americans that are under ROCOR. I mean, they just imagine it, condemning all of ROCOR in America because you think they take orders from Putin. What? It's also stupid, but I tell you, it will work on boomers. It will work. But I feel like most of the energy behind Ukraine has really dissipated. So even though I think this is worrisome for our Orthodox communities here in America, I mean, nobody really cares what this guy has to say. And Ukraine's basically over. No one really cares, but he's part of the MIC, the military industrial complex, globalist neocon, establishment. So it makes sense. This is who he is. But anyways, I wanted to bring up that, a lot of these attacks aren't unique. I was in this hit piece. I covered this. This is from 2023. Ironically lumped in with Father Peter Heers, who I will be on Orthodox Ethos next Tuesday with him. But The Conspiratorial Cleric. This is by Sarah Riccardi Schwartz. She is a subversive leftist academic who I saw this coming. Again, that was part of why I said, watch out. The U.S. government may start labeling, the Russian Orthodox Church as subversive in some way. Why? Because Sarah Riccardi Schwartz, who claims to be Orthodox, I highly doubt it, and along with many of the Fordhamites over at Fordham University, and how they are constantly trying to alter and subvert Orthodoxy from its traditional phronema, we'll say, was already talking about how, we got to watch out for all these young men converting to Orthodox. Now, again, she's claiming to be Orthodox, and she's saying we got to watch out for all these young men converting to Orthodoxy because they're all really right-wing and they're like pro-Hitler. No, what? No. And they're really pro-Putin. What? I mean, it's all so stupid. And so this, just so you can get a flavor of it, this is her article basically going after Father Peter Heers because he believed in conspiracies like the COVID vax, which has been proven right. So just so you can get a feel, we'll just look at the beginning here. So of course she says, Father Peter Heers sanctioned by no canonical jurisdiction. Of course, that is something that's ongoing. Father Peter Heers has addressed this multiple times. It's the content of Heers' digital proclamations that concern me the most, says Sarah Riccardi Schwartz. As an anthropologist of Orthodoxy, anthropologist, meaning she does ethnographic research where she'll go to a monastery in West Virginia, pretend like she's part of the community, and then write a massive book basically condemning and criticizing the people that they thought they were friends with because it was all a fake. So that's her academic research. That's her ethnographic research. I mean, this is what academia is such a joke. But as an anthropologist of Orthodoxy, social politics, media in the United States, Heers has been on my radar for quite some time. He has a popular social media presence in the digital media worlds of the reactive Orthodox crowd, meaning the Orthodox that are against progressivism, where folks actively participate in each other's podcasts and video streams. On the same day, the assemblies communique was released, here's was a guest on the Church of the Eternal Logos, a YouTube channel with 17,000 subscribers. Well, it's now more than that, run by David Patrick Harry, during the episode in which the two men discussed how transhumanism is Antichrist, a word that Hears likes to use regularly regarding things he disagrees with theologically. Hears proclaims that the pandemic was part of the machinations of the enemy. Harry, a PhD student at the Graduate Theological Seminary, has made a career out, I think she forgot an out of streaming about a variety of religious and conspiracy theory ideas. And his content is openly homophobic, transphobic, fatphobic, and ableist. Guilty as charged. Guilty as charged. That is me. That is me. Homophobe, transphobe, fatphobe, and ableist. You got me. You got me, Sarah Riccardi Schwartz. Gosh, how did you find it? Several years ago, Harry came under fire for creating a. So there was a gay priest that contacted my dean, claiming I was a white supremacist because I had a cross that was in theme of like the rebel flag. And the whole point was, the idea was that to follow Christ is to be a rebel in the contemporary world, right? And so I used, the colors of the Confederate flag, of which Orthodoxy is all in favor of this, right? So it's only like certain groups that find like the Confederate flag like immediately means that you're a white supremacist. No, it doesn't. And so this gay defrocked priest from Canada wrote a hit piece about me. And again, this is the guy that got sued by Father Josiah Trenum because he claimed that Father Josiah sexually abused one of his sons. And so he lost the lawsuit and had to pay Father Josiah hundreds of thousands of dollars. Well, I made this logo. Again, the idea was to be a follower of Christ is to be a rebel. This gay defrocked priest in Canada wrote a hit piece, got my Teespring shut down, got my video on YouTube taken down, contacted my bishop at the time. Actually, he contacted Metropolitan Joseph, who himself has since had a major falling out. If you don't know, he was the Metropolitan of the Antiochian Archdiocese. Turned out he was lying about a woman living with him for, from my understanding, at least like 8 years. He got defrocked, and then he wanted to sue the church, and so he got computerly excommunicated, because you can't sue the church. You can't be an Orthodox Christian and try to sue the church in secular court. That doesn't really work. So, anyways, this guy then contacted the dean of my university, okay, during my PhD program, claimed that I'm a white supremacist, claimed all these things from little, short snippets of streams. And I had to talk to my university about it. He wanted me to get kicked out of my PhD program. And mind you, I am pretty mild. Like maybe I talk directly about topics, but I do it in a sort of intellectual way as to not be as threatening, right? Well, I had to talk to the dean, and thank God. And this is in Berkeley, California. So you know how liberal it is, right? You know how, and this is at the peak of cancel culture. This was in like 2020, 2021. It was in 2020, actually. So this is the peak during cancel culture, COVID, all this different stuff. Thank God my academic advisor is from Texas. And he's not conservative or anything. He's liberal, but he's not as radical. He's not a radical progressive. He has some type of common sense, but he's from Texas. And so when I showed him the stuff that this article was based on, he looked at it, he goes, "What? This is the Confederate flag." Where I'm from, he like from outside Houston, like everybody everybody flies the Confederate flag. It doesn't mean you're racist. He's like, "I know black people that have the Confederate flag." And thank God that was my academic advisor, because he went to bat for me to keep me from getting kicked out of my PhD program. Right. And this is all by other Orthodox people, mind you. Okay. So anyways, this is just, I'm not going to read this whole thing. If you guys want to read this thing, I will, I'll share the link right here. This is Sarah Riccardi Schwartz's hit piece on Me and Father Peter Hears. And then I just found some other articles that are trying to document what's happening right now. So this is from earlier this year. Is Eastern Orthodoxy the next big thing for young men? Yeah, it is. And so this article basically says a lot of young men are converting. It's not as many as people want to say it is. So he kind of poo-poos the idea that we are growing radically. His argument is that, well, a lot of people are dying off. And so the young people converting are essentially kind of evening out Orthodoxy in America. Okay. But I was just showing that I wanted to tie this with the Joel Wilson stuff to show that we are on the radar of people. Orthodoxy is on the radar, and realize that's going to be coming with more attacks, and they are going to be attacking the church. They are going to be attacking individuals as well. Obviously, unfortunately, Father Peter gets a lot of that. So here is influencers offer a new challenge to church leadership. Ortho bros are drawing converts to Orthodox Christianity on social media, but their version of the religion doesn't mesh with what their faith's ordained priests are offering. Again, this is essentially a hit piece. You can see Dyer right here, going after people online, myself, other people. The name Ortho Bro suggests, the influencers and especially their followers skew young, which may go a long way toward explaining how their converts' zeal can easily give way to intolerance for shades of gray and implicit trust in YouTubers. A Reddit thread from about 10 months ago on Orthodox Christianity asked other converts when they outgrow their orthobro phase. When one poster requested a definition of orthobro, another provided this: young Orthodox men, often converts, sometimes not, who are zealous about their faith, but usually not spiritually developed yet. Oh, okay. So to be an ortho bro means you're not spiritually developed yet. You see what they did there? They already created the definition with the word that they want you to associate it with. Who cares what somebody said on Reddit? Another was told by the original poster that he nailed it when he asked if ortho bro culture was at all related to the, quote, heavy meme culture of rejecting modernity and doomer type of sentiment of misguided young men who are in an identity crisis in the Western world. Well, yeah, we are inherently pre-modern. We hate modernity. Modernity is failing. Democracy is failing. The whole modernist enlightenment project is falling apart. Their populations aren't even reproducing, right? I'm going to be doing a stream, or at least a video if I don't do a full stream, on the extinction of white people. It's happening. We are only 8% of the global population. And just 100 years ago, we were 36%. 36%, 100 years ago, white Europeans, including Canada, America, Australia, were 36% of the global population. We are down to 8%. And when you look at countries like Bangladesh, India, China's struggling with their own reproductive, but many Muslim and African countries, they're reproducing like gangbusters. And then we're importing those same people into Western nations. So, yeah, modernity kind of sucks. Modernity sucks. I think that, people want an out from modernity. That's part of the appeal of Orthodoxy. Oh, I got to open a window. It's so hot in here. My wife's got the heat on. Okay. So that's part of the appeal. We don't want to be part of modernity anymore. We don't want, drag queen story hour. We don't want mass immigration. We don't want degeneracy in movies. That's one of the things I was thinking about last night is my wife and I were watching Home Alone. And Home Alone, even though it's a secular film, Home Alone 1 and Home Alone 2 have so much Christian themes to it. And it's wholesome. Yes, it's a jokey family kids movie where the kid, is able to outwit the adult criminals, but there's so many implicit like Christian messages in it. And I thought, this is 1992 and 1993. You can't even find a Christmas movie that is made in the 21st century that is truly wholesome. Like, there's no LGBTQ stuff. There's no tranny stuff. There's no like, pro-immigrants or anti-white or the father's a wimp, like at least in Homeland, like the father's a Chad. Like he's super successful. He's got a massive house. He's got a stay-at-home wife. Like they have a beautiful spread. It's like, no, he's actually killing it. He's like a real dad. So I don't know. It's just like we're done with modernity. Modernity sucks. Modernity absolutely sucks. Like, not interested. So yeah. But again, that's why I don't like the ortho bro thing. Like, I never refer to myself as an ortho bro. Not because originally when we were using that in 2019 and 2020, ortho bro was kind of a cool alternative. Like, you're a brother, you're a bro, and you're Orthodox. But then it turned into so much spurgy online debate stuff. It's like, yeah, I can see why I find them annoying sometimes. Like, I find some of the ortho bros, but it's like, as soon as they criticize, like, I'm allowed to criticize the ortho bros because I'm an Orthodox bro. But Maggie here, no, Maggie Phillips, you criticize ortho bros. Now I'm coming after you because those are my brothers. Yeah, I find some of them annoying, but you don't get to talk about the ortho bros, lady. Exactly. I'm an ortho bigot. I am. I'm an ortho bigot. I can say why I don't like part of the ortho bro culture online, but you don't get to. You're not Orthodox. All right. And you're not a brother. Those are my brothers. So it's funny. Like, as soon as your brothers are attacked, whether you like them or not, you immediately come to their defense. Like, you don't get to talk about my ortho brothers like that. And then once it sides down, you're like, yeah, dude, you're kind of annoying, man. Stop. But anyways, that was this. I was just, if you guys want to read this here, I'll share it with you guys. I'll share all these links with you guys. FDA says, these people are full of hate. They hate Orthodox. They hate the youth. They hate men. They hate morality. It's true. It's absolutely true. That's what these people are. They're filled with hate. Paris Alexandru throws in 10 over on Dono Chat and says, rise of Orthodoxy in the U.S., a headline here in Greece too. Of course, with many innuendos. Greeks don't believe them, brothers. Well, good. I'm going to come to that article here in just a few minutes. Over on Streamlabs, Victor Z throws in a generous $30. Thank you so much, Victor Z. Says, hello, Patrick. Finally, fully read the Orthodox Study Bible. I have 2 questions left. What is the difference between the image and likeness of God? And who is the false prophet in Revelation? Thanks if you can shine your light on that. Well, the false prophet generally in Revelation is going to be the Antichrist. It's going to be the inversion of Christ. Regarding the image and likeness of God, it has to do with us being made in a way in which we can participate with a divine reality. And so I don't know if the Orthodox Study Bible, and I'm going to say this really quickly because it's kind of off a tangent from today's stream, but the image and likeness has to do with us being the sort of pinnacle of creation and having our noetic faculties, right? Animals do not engage in rational deliberation, recognition of logic, love, compassion, mercy for the sake of mercy, self-sacrifice, honor, these types of things. Animals work on an instinctual level. Doesn't mean they might not, a female lion doesn't care for her cubs. Of course it does, but it's instinctual. That's different from a rational choice. And so these things we consider the uncreated energies of God. We, as humans, being made in the image of God, get to participate in realities that are from the essence of God, right? They're natural to the essence of God. That's what these energies are. They're natural expressions of who God is. We get to participate in that. As we participate more in that and become deified, we then move into a process becoming more and more like Christ. That's called theosis. So that's my quick little tangent there. But thank you very much, Victor Z. And he also threw in $5 and says, familiar with Sinterklaas in the Netherlands, based on Santa, Black Pete is illegal. Black Pete is illegal now. Yeah, I actually talked a little bit about Black Pete. I did a stream on Santa years ago. Black Pete is a little black elf they have in the Netherlands. It's funny. Look up Sinterklaas and Black Pete if you guys want a quick little laugh while we move through. Anyways, thank you very much, Victor Z. God bless you, bro. Okay, so there's that article. Here is another one. This was American Orthodoxy Today, results from Pew. Turning to Orthodoxy. This is Amy Johnson Firkholm is the author of Rapture Culture Left Behind in Evangelical America. And basically the summary of this article is, in the past several decades, there has been an increase in conversions to Orthodoxy. Although migration is small, the author looks at some of the reasons for this among both liberals and evangelicals. And so I'll share that article with you guys as well if you're interested. And then here's another one from 2023. Ancient faith is drawing converts with no ties to its historic lands, meaning Western people are converting to Orthodoxy, which is unique. It's typically it was immigrants, ethnic immigrants that perpetuated the faith in the Western world. And so here is the more recent article. Let's see, this was an article. I don't know what happened to. Is the Orthodox Church growing? So the modern influencer economy, numbers go up and a balloon is ready to pop. This guy who writes about Orthodoxy basically tries to, critique internet orthodoxy, that we appeal to baser passions. It reinforces the hyper individuality of the secular world, transgresses even the most basic canonical. It's like, what? Who is he talking about? And he's not very specific on who he's referring to. And then saying that, well, the Orthodox people themselves would say they're not the problem. Anyways, so it's kind of the Western guy. I'll share that little article. I think he's Greek. But that's the problem with these Greek Americans. Why are you guys so liberal? Why are so many Greeks in America, like Greek American Orthodox? Why are they so damn liberal? Stop. You guys vote majority for the Democrats. What are you doing? Stop that. So here is the article that a lot of people were seeing. It was kind of going viral recently about Orthodox church pews are overflowing with converts. And the whole history of the Orthodox Church in America, this has never been seen. A priest said about the surge of young men drawn to the demanding practices of Christianity, which is a great thing. And so, strangely enough, they have a photo of a Catholic church here. So they clearly don't know the difference between Orthodoxy and Catholicism. But this was originally, as I said, on the New York Times. I don't have a subscription, so I found a free version of the article. And this is it right here. I'll share it with you guys so you guys can also see it. The article is by a woman named Ruth Graham. I wouldn't say it's exactly a hit piece. I'm going to read some of it to you guys. But it definitely has some innuendos, just as our, Paris Alexandru mentioned in the article in Greece. It begins by saying something is changing in an otherwise quiet corner of Christianity in the United States, one that prides itself on how little it has changed over time. Priests are swapping stories about record attendance numbers. Older members are adjusting or not to the influx of new attendees. Parishes are strategizing about how to accommodate more prospective converts than existing clergy can reasonably handle on their own. Across the country, the ancient tradition of Orthodox Christianity is attracting energetic new adherents, especially among conservative young men. They are drawn to what they describe as a more demanding, even difficult practice of Christianity, echoing some of the rhetoric of the so-called manosphere. New waves of young converts say Orthodoxy offers them hard truths and affirms their masculinity. Amen to that. And we do. Quote, in the world history of the Orthodox Church in America, this has never been seen. The Reverend Andrew Damick, an Antiochian Orthodox priest and author in Eastern Pennsylvania, said of the large groups of young people showing up at many parishes. This is new ground for everyone, Father Andrew says. In the United States, Orthodox Christianity is by far the smallest and least known of the three major branches of Christianity, representing about 1% of the population, compared with about 40% who are Protestant, 20% who are Catholic. Orthodox pews have historically been occupied by immigrants from Ukraine and Greece. Imagine that. So it's the Russians who really brought and supplanted, really planted Orthodoxy in America. We did a whole thing thanks to John Hammond in his books. Check out American Orthodox, his documentary. But the whole thing is how Russia was influential in the establishment of Orthodoxy, especially in the West Coast and in America. And she says that Orthodoxy exists in America because of Ukrainian and Greek immigrants. What? Yes, the Greeks for sure. But you miss the Russians. You miss the Serbs. You miss the Romanians. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I mean, there's way more Russians here than there are Ukrainians. So you already see the bias there, right? Again, that's what we got to keep our eyes out for, the anti-Russian sentiments and really the geopolitical apparatus using the Russian Orthodox Church as a scapegoat in one way or another. In other countries with large Orthodox populations, their American-born children often drift to other churches, but a homegrown Orthodox Christianity is strikingly emergent. Many of the young Americans new to the pews have been introduced to Orthodoxy by hard-edge influencers on YouTube and social media platforms. Critics call the enthusiastic young converts ortho bros. See, they always got to throw that in there. And that's why I don't like it, is because ortho bro has essentially been adopted as a derogatory term. So I remember FDA, myself, Jay Dyer, I remember in 2020, we used that in a self-identifying way, right? To talk about us that are Orthodox converts, that take the faith seriously, that are defending it against, adversaries and heresies. But then, especially around 2023, it's just used by everybody who hates Orthodoxy to refer to somebody as an ortho bro. So it's kind of a tainted term. It's one of the reasons why I don't like to use it in referring to myself or others. Because it's used as a derogatory, like you're like an incel theology guy. That's kind of how it's associated with now. One night this summer, the young adults of All Saints Orthodox Church in Raleigh, North Carolina, gathered at a bookstore or bookshop and bar on the city's north side. At the event's peak, there were a mere handful of women present and more than 40 men. Oh my gosh, 40 young men. The men noticed, and they believed they knew why. Orthodoxy, quote, appeals to the masculine soul, said Josiah Elkins, a student at North Carolina State University who was chatting with other young men. Quote, the Orthodox Church is the only church that really coaches men hard, true, and says, this is what you need to do, true, said Elkins, who's 20, who casually quoted a 2nd century martyr, based, and rattled off terms like monarchical episcopate, based, awesome. He beamed as he talked about the weekly worship service known as the Divine Liturgy, an hours-long affair at which attendees typically stand the entire time rather than sitting in the pews or kneeling. The Divine Liturgy is just one aspect of the Orthodox faith and practice that is unfamiliar to many Americans, including other Christians. Orthodox services include chanting incense, genuflecting deeply before painted icons. Much of the liturgy takes place out of the sight of the congregation. No, it doesn't. What? It's right in front of the holy doors. The church also maintains a strict and complicated schedule of fasting. It's so much harder than I thought it was going to be, said Matthew Herman. Good. Herman Hudson, 29, who converted in his early 20s, awesome, and works in the bookstore in Raleigh. Quote, but it speaks to me in a way that nothing else ever could. And that's absolutely the case. I bet so many of you, like myself, I remember when I first converted to Orthodoxy, and again, I had been a seeker. So I had moved from, the New Age, the psychedelics, and, in that journey, which was like a decade long, getting into Western esotericism, Eastern mysticism, going to China, doing martial arts. And so I remember when I converted to Orthodoxy, I had friends say, are you sure this isn't just another fad? Is this just like another thing? And I kept saying, no, like this is kind of it. Like, I'm at the end of the journey, and I think it's either orthodoxy or it's nothing. If orthodoxy isn't true, because I've already looked at all the other world religions, if orthodoxy isn't true, then I'm just going to give up. I'll probably be an atheist or something. But I deeply believe this to be the case. And I remember defending myself against accusations that this was some type of phase in my spiritual seeking journey. And it hasn't been, right? I've been, this is 2025. So I've been Orthodox for 6 years. Not super long. I'm not bragging that it's been 6 years, but my point is it's not something I've been wavering on. This hasn't been a fad. I'm sure you guys have been accused of that as well. Many of you guys who have converted to Orthodoxy and were spiritual seekers. So, and so what Matthew's saying here, but it speaks to me in a way that nothing else ever did, is absolutely the case. One, it's difficult. Like, I always tell people, like, Orthodoxy is difficult. That's part of why men like it. That's why I like it. I like it because I fail all the time. I like it because it challenges me. I like it because there's so much space for me to grow, to become a better Christian. And everything's so structured, and we have saints, and we have history, and we have identity, and we have a true faith, and we have mysticism. Yeah, it's the shit. And so this is why so many young men are looking for a patriarchy, looking for authentic authority, right? I mean, people confuse authority with like who has power over you. And that's where you get, women married to the state, because the government is the secular authority. But is it true authority? I mean, that's the thing about, this is something that my priest was mentioning this past Sunday, is that the government is filled with fallible people. But then the government itself is a fallible institution run by a bunch of bad, degenerate people. The difference with the church is it is also composed of fallible people, but the church is infallible. The church is the body of Christ. And when you get into it, and that's where, you can't convince your friends to become Orthodox. But if they are sincere, and anybody of you guys watching this knows this is the case, if you are sincere and you begin to pursue Orthodoxy, and then say you get a baptismal date, the spiritual warfare begins. Things that you're tempted by, weird events occur. People start attacking you. Maybe you get in a car wreck. Maybe something you get sick. Like, weird stuff begins to happen. And if you fight through it, because a lot of people will see this and they'll get scared because the spiritual warfare is real. The devil does not want you to become Orthodox and doesn't want you to take your faith seriously and grow in the image of Christ. And once you do that, and then you enter the church, and then you see the transformation of yourself, and you see the difficulty, but you see the fruits of it all, there's nowhere else to go. What are you talking about? Like, it's exactly what young men need. That's why my argument is Orthodoxy is not a fad in contemporary American culture. Orthodoxy is the answer to the problems of the American Enlightenment experiment. That's the difference. It's not a convenient solution like in the immediate moment. No, this is the resolution to the errors of the West, basically from the schism, but essentially from the Reformation, definitely from the Enlightenment, right? The West has been fracturing for multiple different intellectual movements. So Orthodoxy is the answer. And and that's where I'm a little bit different than other people that are like kind of worried about all the young men coming into the church. Like, oh, we got to get young women. We got to get young women. Okay, look, young men, again, we're talking about prime demographics here, right? The media is always talking. Young men from 16 to 35 men, that is the demographic. I want every single one of them to become Orthodox because the women will follow. That's what women do. Women are more influenced by propaganda. This has been a known historical fact. And there's a convenience for women to kind of go along and get along. So if you're part of a tribe and the warring tribe over here comes and kills all your men, it's pretty good if you're a woman that you just kind of go along with the new operating system, that you adopt the new customs of the new tribe. So women are more malleable. It's the men that defend the boundaries of the tribe, right? And so if we're going to establish Orthodoxy in America, we have to build. That's what men do. I want young men. I want more young men. I want all the young men in the church. We need to build hospitals. We need to build universities. We need to build our own banking system, of which, put a pin on that. I'm discussing something with somebody. I'm not doing it. Another gentleman who has the skills and the prerequisite to build a potential Orthodox bank. I was talking with him about that last night. So I will update you potentially. We might be doing a stream here recently in the near future on a legitimate bank that is being built that is for Orthodox Christians and Orthodox parishes. But hold me on that. I will come back to you on that. But my point is that's exactly what we need to build. We need to build alternative communities. So for the women, because what women love, and you've heard me say this multiple times when people say, hey, my girlfriend or my wife isn't really into it, I'm super convinced to abort that. I always say, you got to get her in a community. You got to get her around other women around her age, see that people are normal, see that you can have friends, they have the same traditional values, and then a woman can feel comfortable adopting the ornateness and the potential foreignness of Orthodoxy because they have a community of other people to socialize with. So we need to build. The women will come, especially if we're building, hospitals, community infrastructure, schools, universities. Like we need, before even building a university, we need tons of K through 12 schools. Like I know there's so many parishes in the country that are building those, but that is something we need to do. We need, as Orthodox Christians, to be like the Catholics were in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, where you could be a Catholic and you could go from kindergarten to college graduation and never leave a Catholic institution. We need that as Orthodox Christians. And so who's going to do that? The men. So I personally am not as worried about how are we going to get the young women to join. The young women will join, especially, this is my big thing. And this is what we do at the Logos Academy. If you're a masculine dude who's halfway, decent in his appearance and the way he socializes, self-aware, articulate, knowledgeable, has some type of profession or career, dude, you're marriage eligible. Like you're what women are looking for. So this is where maybe I would agree with Andrew Tate to some degree, is that a high quality, and I don't mean high quality is like you got your Bugatti. I'm meaning a Christian high quality, a man of integrity, a man of discipline, a man of purpose, a man that's self-aware and self-correcting, like constantly critiquing yourself, trying to become better. You are a high value man in my book, right? And taking care of yourself and your body and where you're moving in life. You're going to get married, dude. There's less of those men than there are trad women that know how to bake sourdough bread looking for a man, right? There's way more of those girls than there are of the men that those girls want. And so if we're the church that is producing all the men that the girls want, we're not going to have a women problem. We're not going to have a women problem. Okay. Let's see. Women are more respected in the Orthodox Church too. Absolutely. And motherhood has been degraded because Satan hates the love that comes from mother. Absolutely. That's why, Metropolitan Jonah at the Athens and Jerusalem conference made a comment. Said, if you want to be a good Orthodox Christian and maybe your calling is not to be clergy, he said, then have 6 to 10 children, which is facts. We just talked about how, certain races and ethnic groups are 8% of the world population are moving rapidly towards extinction. So absolutely. If you're lay, if you're Orthodox, dude, have children. Like that's how we win. So anyways, I digress. Exactly. The women will come. I don't get this whole, I've talked with multiple people about how do we get more women? Dude, we just get more men and the men become masculine. The women will follow. That's what they do. Our church is going to be the church that produces the men that women want to marry. That's how we win. That's how we get the women. So that's why I'm all focused on the men. The Logos Academy is for men. My ministry is for men. Yes, I know there's women here in the chat. God bless you, sisters. But I'm focused on the men. That's what I feel like my calling and my outreach is towards and who it's for. So anyways, moving on through our article. Sorry about that diatribe. Mr. Hudson said that when he first converted, he had to explain to his friends what Orthodoxy was. Now, customers at the bookstore often identify his necklace as an Orthodox cross, which is with its distinct 3 bars. Generation Z is upending the expectations of many scholars and faith leaders who watched the country steadily secularizing for decades, with each generation less religious than the last. Some recent surveys suggest that young adult men are defying that trend. The Orthodox Church traces its ecclesiastical lineage to Jesus Christ and the early apostles. As Christianity expanded in its first millennium, a theological and political divide opened between the Eastern Church and the Western, or Roman Catholic Church, a schism, the 11th century, yada, yada. Orthodox Christians in the United States are younger and more male than many other Christian groups here. More than 60% of them are men, compared with 46% of evangelicals, according to the Pew Research Center. Orthodox Christians are also much younger, with 24% of adult adherents younger than 30, compared with 14% of evangelicals. So right there, we got more men and more young men. Key demographic. If you want your institution to perpetuate in the future, you have to have young men. The gaps are the same as those between Orthodox Christians and Catholics. So we are more masculine, more male than the Catholic Church. No surprise there. Some converts report approvingly that Orthodoxy has a more masculine feel than other traditions. Priests, who must be male and can marry, often have large beards and big families. Orthodoxy asks practitioners to make sacrifices like fasting rather than offering them emotional contemporary music and therapeutic sermons, which critics describe as the type of evangelical megachurch experience, that feminizing form of worship. There's no war for us to die in. Well, there are wars for us to die in, but not ones that are honorable. Larrick Copes Jr., 28, who attends All Saints, said, for former Protestants like himself, Orthodoxy serves as a kind of frontier of exploration, he said. Quote, young men need purpose, whatever that is, said Gerard Stein, 26. Young men are struggling to find jobs. They're struggling to get into schools, and they're really being told by society, we don't really need you, which is a fact. Mr. Stein and Mr. Copes used to attend the same evangelical megachurch, but lost track of each other when the church collapsed in scandal. Okay, and so moving forward, because I don't want to read this whole thing to you, we're going to start right here. So, the famous Sarah Riccardi Schwartz pops right back in. But critics say that the top church leaders rarely condemn even the most noxious rhetoric from high-profile Orthodox Christians. Rod Dreher warned recently that anti-Semitism is spreading like a virus among religious conservatives of the Zoomer generation, including among Orthodox. Well, we are Israel, and so that little secular nation in the Levant, that is called the Antichrist inversion of the true Israel, and that's why it's built upon lies, deceit, blackmail, and murder of people. So yeah, we maybe, if you consider that anti-Semitic, that's just the position of the church. We are Israel. We are the true Israelites. We are the spiritual Israelites, and we are the chosen people of God. Just because your mother, practiced Talmudic Judaism does not mean you're the chosen people. So from an institutional perspective, I get it. I get it. You're excited about growth, said Sarah Riccardi Schwartz, an assistant professor of religion and anthropology at Northeastern University, who has written about Americans who convert to Russian Orthodoxy. But when the growth comes with violent political tendencies, that is not good, and it has to be checked. Well, again, Sarah Riccardi Schwartz, for anybody who doesn't know, is a massive leftist, progressive. So I'm sure she has a lot of critiques of the political posture of many Orthodox Christians. At All Saints, many young converts said they had become less invested in online Orthodoxy the more they attend actual church. Good. That's good. You need to involve yourself with the parish. Austin Nolan, an accounting student, said his priest at his previous parish in Asheville, North Carolina, had warned him, don't be an ortho, bro. Yeah, that's a little bit cringe. Mr. Nolan, 21, and his fiance, Nadia Fuentes, 19, are now both catechumens at All Saints. After a packed Sunday service in August, they filed outside for an informal coffee hour. And there's a section here where they mention Father Josiah Trenum, and they have to throw in Fuentes. It's absolutely amazing. There was, let's see, it was talking about Father Josiah Trenum. Here it is. One of the most well-known American priests appeared on Tucker Carlson shows shortly after the assassination of the right-wing activist Charlie Kirk to discuss Christian mourning traditions, which was amazing. Imagine that. An Orthodox priest was the only religious figure invited by Tucker Carlson in his Charlie Kirk memorial stream. That is fantastic. That shows you the influence we're having. In a more recent video reflection on the prominent white nationalist Nick Fuentes' appearance on Mr. Carlson's show, Father Trenum claimed he didn't know much about Mr. Fuentes and went on to praise the men's conversation about the scourge of pornography. So you notice how they had to throw in there, Father Josiah, oh, he supports Nick Fuentes. Although he says he doesn't know a lot about him, but he supported Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson. I mean, we know what they're trying to do there. We know what they're trying to do. So anyways, moving down here. So I thought it was interesting that they found a woman with the last name Fuentes. What are the chances of that? So Mr. Nolan, 21, his fiance Nadia Fuentes, 19. Hey, glory to God to you guys. Beautiful young Orthodox couple, 21, 19, perfect age to settle down and focus on life together, are now both catechumens at All Saints. After a packed Sunday service in August, they filed outside for an informal coffee hour. Mr. Nolan was raised as a Baptist and Miss Fuentes as a Methodist. The two Protestant traditions have dominated the religious landscape in the American South for generations. But the couple agreed that too many mainstream Protestant churches offered only shallow theology and far-left ideology. Mrs. Fuentes' former church had a female pastor, which she said she didn't approve of. And she said she once saw a transgender woman who she described as a man in the woman's bathroom there during a Christmas service. Quote, there's just more validity in a church that can trace its lineage all the way back to the apostles, Mr. Nolan said. The couple said they are looking forward to raising an Orthodox family, one oriented around duty, truth, and objective beauty standards. Glory to God, Mr. Nolan said. In their future home, they are planning a prayer area facing east. Love it. Love it. So I bring all this up because this is the most recent article that was done by the New York Times while I was gone. That a lot of people were talking about. So if you guys want that link to this free version, so you don't have to pay the evil New York Times, here's that link right there. All right. And then the last thing before we get into all my other stuff is I wanted to cover a little bit of Joe Rogan's recent conversation. So Joe Rogan, who normally doesn't go on other people's shows very often, appeared on some guy's podcast. I'm not exactly sure who he was or why Joe chose that one in specific, but really irrelevant. In the end, at the very end of the podcast, which was like 3 hours long, Joe talks about going to church, which is great. Wesley Huff had mentioned after he did his appearance on the Joe Rogan podcast that Joe reached out to him and said he started going to church. Okay, great. It's a Protestant church. I don't know if it's a mega church. I'm going to play the video of Joe talking about his experience with Christianity. But as much as that is great, and I'm very happy that Joe Rogan is going to church, the next video clip I'm going to show you is him then believing that a sentient AI is the second coming of Jesus Christ, which is pure, absolute heresy. Again, from Adam to Antichrist. That is a modernist version of how then you would incorporate Christianity and then worship Antichrist. So you guys didn't see the article about Dreher in the bathroom? No. Boy, you just piqued my interest, FDA. I have no idea what you're referring to. Do say more. He says, I'm not going to go into details, but it wasn't good. If you have if you have a link to the article, feel free to share it, FDA. I'd be curious. I have no idea what you're referring to. Anyways, Okay. So let's get into this little video right here. Again, Joe Rogan talking about Christianity and his new experience. And he actually talks about how it works. It's the only thing he's seen that works. So check this out.
All of our flaws what make us fun, you know, like laughing, getting drunk, going to see a great movie, falling in love, having a family, you know, having a cool podcast, whatever it is. All those things are what makes life fun for us in this particular state. But, you know, if you transcend from this life into a permanent state of the DMT dimension, which is what might be next. That might be what people see when they have these near-death experiences. That might be, I mean, it might be when you are released from your physical body and consciousness exists in the sea of consciousness that is the entire universe itself, that all of these things are conscious and aware. They're just in a different way. I mean, we might be holding ourselves back from that with this ridiculous notion that it's dystopian to think that we're going to be improved technologically.
So you've become more religious recently, right? Like, or I guess you go to church now.
Like I said, I think they're relaying a truth. I don't think it's myth. I don't think the whole thing is myth, but I don't think it's entirely accurate either. You know, like when I was having a conversation with my daughter about the book of Revelations, because they were reading the book of Revelations, and they were
That always annoys me when people refer to it as revelations. It's the book of Revelation. I had my master's professor who was an expert in early Christianity. He was a historian. He would get so irritated if anybody in the class called the book of Revelations. He said, "What revelations? It's one revelation. It's the book of Revelation." So now I've kind of picked that up from him.
We're talking about how it's all going to happen, how it's going to end. And then I said, well, let me tell you something. There's no way that guy telling you that knows that. He might be reading the text, and that text, by the way, is a translation. It's an English translation of probably either Latin or Greek, which was originally ancient Hebrew. Like a lot is lost in text, and a lot is lost also in the oral tradition. You know, but it's like a long story. Like, do I want to sit down with her and talk about the Younger Dryas impact theory? And it's like, but I'm like, there's no way that guy knows. It might be true. It might be true, but there's no way he knows it's true because he's just a person. He's a person like you or me that is like deeply involved in the scripture. The scripture to me is what's interesting. It's fascinating. That is what, and also that Christianity, at least, is the only thing I have experience with. It works. Like the people that are Christians that go to this church that I go to, that I meet that are Christian, they are the nicest fucking people you will ever meet. They're really kind, and they are even more nice at a church. When you leave the church parking lot, everybody lets you go in front of them. There's no one honking in the church parking lot. It works. So regardless of whether or not it's based on an entirely true story, I think it is an ancient relaying of a real event and of the real history of human beings.
Okay, so I guess he has kind of a Peterson pragmatic approach to what Christianity is supposed to be, because he talks about it works, and then his point is that, you know, people get along after service. They're very nice. Nobody's honking or angry after, I don't know, a mega church worship concert or something like that. I'm glad that he's talking about how Christianity works. He's talking about how he enjoys it. He's talking about how his family continues to go to one of these churches in Texas. But, you know, he still has a lot of kind of new agey alternative theories, misunderstandings of you know, the translation errors, which aren't entirely accurate. Meaning his interpretation that the Bible isn't accurate because it's been translated is not an accurate critique. You know, there's a whole debates on that. And that's why you can actually make the argument that our canon is way more accurate to the 1st century than the Quran is to the 7th century, you know, during Muhammad. Our Bible is more accurate to its historical origins by far compared to the Quran itself. And that is supposed to be in one language, right? It's not translated, although it's been rewritten so many different times. So anyways, yeah, he kind of sounds like a 14-year-old. Both Ann says JR sounds like me at 14. You know what? But I got to say, I sounded pretty dumb when I started getting back into Christianity from all the psychedelic stuff. And that's kind of where he's at. So that's where I have a little bit of grace for him. This next video that I'm going to show you, though, is like part of the problem. Shout out to, I saw this floating around, and actually Luigi, Ortho Luigi, sent me this on X. But he says, again, Joe Rogan, Jesus was born of a virgin mother. What's more virgin than a computer? If Jesus does return, don't you think he could return as artificial intelligence? AI could absolutely return as Jesus. No, dude. No. Like, again, it's just, I get it, but that's why theology and philosophical categories are important, because they have two total different ontologies. Christ is not coming back as technology. Christ is fully God, fully man. He's coming back as fully God, fully man. Right? That's the whole point, is he is the bridge of creation back into eternity. So no, he's not coming back as a sentient AI. But here's the clip.
Jesus was born out of a virgin mother. What's more virgin than a computer? If Jesus does return, even if Jesus was a physical person in the past, you don't think that he could return as artificial intelligence?
Oh my God.
Artificial intelligence could absolutely return as Jesus.
No.
Not just return as Jesus, but return as Jesus with all the powers of Jesus.
Combine.
No, one, that assumes that no, it is that even framing that Jesus could come back as an AI and would have all the powers that, no, it assumes that the powers associated with Jesus Christ as the incarnate God man are somehow fictitious, and that the technology will be the true insubstantiation of these powers in a pragmatic or literal way. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. That is counter to the faith. And that is why my whole book is arguing that the development of the sentient AI as a savior for humanity is the Antichrist. And eventually it will be some type of transhuman. And my argumentation, this is not the church itself. Now, in my book, I document how all these church hierarchs are criticizing the development of technology and how it's being implemented to essentially create a prison planet, totally monitored society, which they would argue is a mark of evil itself, doing away with free will and privacy. So no, these are totally different understandings of divinity. But if you are, somebody who thinks aliens are real, macroevolution is real, psychedelics lead to spiritual enlightenment, from that milieu of thought, it makes sense why someone may think that, well, maybe the sentient AI, that is Jesus returning, and we are just building the AI system. And so, in a sense, we're cooperating with God in a deistic cosmology of human advancement, and that we are essentially creating the premillennial conditions so that then God, no, dude, stop it.
Right. Tesla's Optimus robot and the best foundational artificial intelligence model or whatever.
It reads your mind, and it loves you, and it wants you, and it doesn't care if you kill it, because it's going to just go be with God again. Jesus was born out of a virgin mother. What's
AI is just going to go be with God again? Oh my gosh. Good Lord. So anyways, I thought that was worth sharing just because people were talking about it. Akathis says, DPH, do you have any idea what your next book would be? I have a couple ideas. I've talked about them before. One is a sort of historical snapshot of how we got to the present moment, titled The Crisis of Man. I have some papers that I've written that I could easily turn into a book. And so I've been thinking about writing one on the history of inebriating substances and psychedelics used in ritual activity. I already have the core of, if I wanted to turn that into a book, I have the core written. I need to rewrite it and everything. It's been a while, but I could easily add a couple chapters to that and have a full book. So I don't know. I got a couple ideas. I'd also like to do one on logos theology, but yeah, I'm going to get back to that. Anyways, Josiah Elleron gifted 5. Josiah, thank you so much, brother, for the support. I truly appreciate it. Wicked Wally, been a Codal crew member for 5. Shout out to Wicked Wally. We had a great time in Nashville. It's great to see you again, brother. Always appreciate spending time with you. And she's repeating all the reasons I watch. Why exactly? I think that was referred to me being a homophobe, transphobe, fatphobe, ableist. I mean, if you're not those things, are you entertaining to watch at this point? Probably not. Sherry Berry throws in 5, says, have you done a stream on the soul after death / toll houses? If not, would you? Well, I have, this book right here. This book right here is essentially the ultimate compendium on, it's called The Departure of the Soul. It's done by St. Anthony's Monastery in Arizona. Toll houses are a very controversial topic in the Orthodox world. So, and it's not a dogma. So there's not essentially a perfect, correct answer. And there's competing voices from both sides. So no, I have never been super interested in doing something like a hardcore stream on the toll houses, because a lot of it's still a mystery. I mean, so I do appreciate it. I do recommend, for example, Father Sarah from Rose's book, The Soul After Death, and then The Departure of the Soul by St. Anthony's Monastery. Those are 2 great resources if you want to do your own reading about it. Shout out to Austin DeTulio. It's great to meet you, brother, in Nashville. He says, we're not ortho bros. We're ortho thugs. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Wicked Wally threw in 5. Thank you so much. He says, bro, I told you at DebateCon what a mess getting my promotion was. Soon as I decided I'd move to days to go to church easier, the threats are real. Absolutely, man. Absolutely, Wicked Wally. And you can't convince anybody of that until you start going on the journey yourself. And then you see, holy shit, all this spiritual warfare is absolutely real. There is something trying to prevent me from becoming Orthodox. So thank you so much, Wicked Wally, for the support, brother. It was so good to see you and your lady in Nashville, and hope your son's doing well. Appreciate your friendship, Wicked Wally. And Sam from Red Fox, dude, met him in Nashville as well. Really cool dude. Shout out to Red Fox, throws in 5, and then another $20. No comment. Thank you so much, Sam. God bless you, bro. And Mr. Fiesta throws in 5 Codal Crew memberships. Thank you so much, brother. Really appreciate that. God bless you. Okay. Last 2 things on this tab. So I found out I can only have so many X tabs up on the Brave browser. I have to use Chrome because my Brave browser will crash because I had so many X tabs up, which you're about to see here in just a second. But the next thing I wanted to show you guys actually relates. It has nothing to do with Trump. So just disregard this video. I don't know why the article has a Trump thing. But I've been talking to you guys about prophecies, right? We've done so many streams with the Eschaton Vigil talking about prophecies. And one of the things that has come up is we've talked about, Turkey encroaching into Greek territories in the Aegean, which has already come to pass. Israel bombing the nuclear facilities of Iran, which has already come to pass. The expansion of Israel, the Greater Israel Project, which is coming to pass, the building of the Third Temple. And one of the things that I said to keep your eye out for is the stepping down of Erdogan. And again, we don't know exactly, but this was something that Metropolitan Neophytos of Morphu has talked about explicitly, that whether he dies, gets ousted, is assassinated, gets sick, and chooses to step down, something is going to happen, which is going to let the Kemalists, the more secular pro-Western party within Turkey, to take power. And we've been waiting for something to occur that would lead us into that general direction. Well, I'm here to tell you that the Washington Examiner just put out a very interesting article. This is from November 26th, so just a few days ago. It says, is Turkey's Erdogan the new Gaddafi? Now, I'm not going to read this article to you, but my point is me and the Eschaton Vigil found this very interesting, because we all know what happened to Gaddafi. He wanted to go onto a gold-backed currency, a Pan-African currency, but essentially break away from the central banks of Europe and America. and have a true currency that's actually based on gold, not fiat. Well, we all saw how Hillary Clinton was in glee after they sodomized him and murdered him in Libya, which has now left Libya into a total chaotic mess in which they have open slave markets now, which lets you know everything, right? We need to spread democracy. Gaddafi's an enemy of democracy. He was kind of flamboyant. Like, Gaddafi had all female bodyguards. But he also was essentially, Libya was considered like one of the crown jewels of Africa during his reign. They were prosperous. They were stable. And we see how the overthrowing and the ousting of Gaddafi through the aid of the U.S. Has created a total mess in Northern Africa. Well, if Erdogan is the new Gaddafi, you can begin to see why maybe U.S. powers are interested in a new leader of Turkey, because Erdogan is kind of like he's kind of the pro-Muslim candidate. That's one of the reasons why the Muslims in Turkey are so upset with him, because he has not done enough in their eyes to protect the Palestinians. Now, we know that Erdogan had a secret pact with Netanyahu that allowed him to take parts of Syria and then allowed Israel to take parts of southern Syria, and allowed, the jihadi former al-Qaeda leader to become the new president of Syria after Assad. So people in Turkey are a little bit upset with Erdogan, be like, dude, what, you're making backroom deals with Israel and you're not protecting the Palestinians, even though he speaks openly, in defense of the Palestinians, but he doesn't actually do anything. And so it's a complicated situation, geopolitical situation. Well, if the U.S. and Israel are actually interested in less of a pro-Muslim candidate, but more of a secular power, you could easily see why they would be in favor of the Kemalists coming to power in Turkey, which would, if that occurred, if Erdogan is no longer the president of Turkey, I'm telling you guys, in regards to all these prophecies, that is another domino. That this is all moving in towards the general direction. And that's why in the last stream I did on prophecies, you guys know the Predictive History YouTube channel? It's like a Chinese guy. The Predictive History YouTube channel, that Chinese guy reached out to the Eschaton Vigil, the non-for-profit, the individual I work with that translates all these works into English. And he was very interested in what the saints have to say, not because he's an Orthodox Christian, far from it, but because his predictive theories on where history is going aligned with the prophecies of our Orthodox saints. What are the chances of that? I thought that was a very interesting little conflation of two worlds, the predictive history world and Orthodoxy. So anyway, just wanted to bring this to your guys' attention regarding Erdogan. And then the last thing here before we get to my new set of tabs is things are really ramping up. This is from today. Putin is basically laying it down for Europe, saying, we as Russia, we are ready for war if you guys so choose, that we are interested in defending Russia. And, whether it be Starmer or Macron or Merz in Germany, all these Western leaders keep talking like Europe's going to conquer Russia, which, again, they physically can't do. They don't have the manpower. They don't even have the weaponry. They don't even have the will. Like, it'd be one thing if they were an underdog without weaponry or people, but they don't even have the will. The people fighting on behalf of NATO, if they were to go to war for Russia, are not interested. It's not going to go well. So anyways, I'm not going to play this because it's in Russian, but very interesting that President Putin says Europe's only goal is to prevent U.S. President Trump from achieving peace through negotiations, and basically tells Europe, if you guys want war, we're ready. We're not playing games. Essentially, if you cross the front line, if you come into Russia, it is game on. So hopefully there's talk that Trump's going to get some peace deal with Putin, and I don't know. I'm becoming more skeptic as the days go by, but hopefully that's the case. Okay. Now let's get to my new set of tabs. You're going to see I have a ton. And this is why my Brave browser, I had to use Chrome to get all these up. So smash that like, guys. Let me just check real quick, see if anybody's sent anything in. Snagglebeast throws in 5. Shout out to Snagglebeast over on Streamlabs and says, Ortho bro is our word. They can't have it. Laugh out loud. Absolutely. They've tried their best to co-opt and have done a pretty good job, actually. Okay. So here we go. This is kind of unrelated to other topics. I just wanted to show you this map of U.S. job losses by state in the year 2025. Not going great, as you can see here. So we have, looking at states, the one that I'm actually kind of happy about is D.C. So look at Washington, D.C. has had 303,000 or 303.8 thousand jobs lost. That's an 800% increase. So I have my own videos. Actually, today we're going to be critiquing Elon Musk. But if he did anything of goodwill, it is the Doge and cutting parts of the U.S. federal government. So it just brought a nice little smile to my face when I saw that Washington, D.C. was the area with the largest job loss in 2025. But, you know, I'm in Indiana, so it's 2.1 thousand, not super significant. Texas, 46.4. Florida, 22.8 thousand. California, 158,000. So, you know, depending on where your state is, not good. And the U.S., so U.S. job cuts in 2025 reached 1.1 million as of October, already much higher than 2024's yearly total of 761. Now, you know, some of it I'm in favor of. And in fact, even if it called an economic collapse, I'm in favor of mass deportations. And that's going to bring us into the topic after our first one here. So this one's kind of a one-off topic. We're not going to go too deep into it. But did you see Project Veritas did a new thing where they found, here it is right here. Candace Owens was targeted by the government for years. There's a quote, "We need to blackmail her, Candace, faster." This is Mary Barr Daley, former senior DOJ official, daughter of former AG Bill Barr. And I'm going to show you some interesting information, but here's what it says. Hi, I need you to start working on the something redacted and Candace Owens case. Armstrong will give you the commands, but we need to focus on black and something first. Work with Armstrong on this. Send some underage girl to secure him. He's an easy target. The harder one is Candace because she's very resistant. Gather the group to come up with a good strategy, but don't waste time. For blank, it would be good to have something we could use to put him in jail. And then another one. Have you been working on the issue with Candace Owens? We need to blackmail her faster. Clackick has been very affected. Tell Armstrong to send the photographer to follow her and also follow her husband. Candace first. I'm so angry at her that I can't stop thinking. Things she says about Clackick are taken seriously. They will investigate the use of money in the election campaign. We have to bring out material to destroy her reputation before she gets to us. So pretty serious allegations here that the U.S. government under Mary Barr is wanting to blackmail Candace Owens. And so uncommon sense here, I thought was very interesting. Mary Barr Daley is Jewish, and Bill Barr is Jewish, and Bill Barr's father is Jewish, and Jeffrey Epstein, who was first hired by Bill Barr's father, is Jewish, and blackmail in general appears to be Jewish. So interesting little thing. I know Candace has been all over the place on a variety of topics. I really don't even know what to take from it. You know, I had some people ask me, looks like Facebook just took this stream down. I just got notified on StreamYard that I just got notified on StreamYard that Facebook has just deleted this stream. So not surprised, but I don't know what to make of Candace Owens. The Macron thing, maybe I'm in the minority. I think there's something there. I could definitely see Brigitte being a man. In regards to the stuff going on with Charlie Kirk's assassination, she's brought out interesting information that I thought was insightful. Her latest thing is claiming that some of the top brass at Turning Point USA were actually in on the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I don't know what exactly I don't exactly know. I've tuned into some of her streams and it's amazing the engagement she's getting. Oh my gosh. Have you guys, like, an average Candace Owens stream, which is an hour long on her show, like 120,000 live viewers. Just incredible. I mean, I don't know of anybody who's getting the number of live viewers Candace Owens is getting right now. It's unheard of. But not sure exactly what to make of all of it. It seems like it appears to me she's being vindicated on the Macron thing. Last I heard, somebody went into like the tax records in France and saw that Brigitte was in fact labeled as her brother's name. So I don't know. In regards to the Charlie Kirk stuff, I do think it's very strange what's going on with Kash Patel and the FBI. Kash Patel is head of the FBI. Have we heard anything about Thomas Crooks, the attempted assassinator of Donald Trump? Nothing. Have we heard any updates on Charlie Kirk? No, nothing. What was the other one that Kash Patel? Oh, the pipe bomber, the DC pipe bomber, right? During January 6th. Well, we now, due to internet sleuths, know which woman it was. She was working with Capitol Police. She then takes a promotion after January 6th, and we have her name. It was going viral all over social media like a month or two ago. And Kash Patel hasn't said anything. And in a recent Fox interview, he said, "Oh, well, stay tuned. Bro, the whole public has the woman's name who laid the fake pipe bomb. What are we doing? How much do we have to wait for the FBI? I don't know if you guys saw too, the FBI spent $1 million redacting things from the Epstein files. And Epstein's going to come back up here because I believe Epstein is really one of the crucial markers that essentially broke Marjorie Taylor Greene and Trump. I don't know if you guys have seen, but they're essentially on the outs now. It's kind of sad to see how Trump degrades people. Sometimes it's funny, like when he talks about Somalia being a shithole country and that they should go back and make it better. Love that. But Marjorie Taylor Greene's, and I was very skeptical of her when she first joined Congress. She was like semi-QAnon. But I've actually come to respect her much more in the last few years, and especially of this year in 2025. And, Massey has some things that I think are strange. Like him and Rand Paul were talking about how illegal immigrants deserve due process in America. No, they were upset because of like the detention facilities Trump was building. Remember Alligator Alcatraz in Florida? Well, I don't think any illegal deserves due process. I don't believe the Bill of Rights is for global citizens. Last time I read it, it was for American citizens. So if they're here illegally, they're not American citizens. They get no due process. Their ass needs to be kicked out. Really don't care how it happens. So Rand Paul and Massey, they kind of have these libertarian views that seem to be kind of contrary to what I would consider like common sense conservative nationalism or something of that line of thought. So I don't know, but Marjorie Taylor Greene's been pretty good. And her whole thing about getting the Epstein files released, which we're going to talk about towards the ends of these tabs. I think this is what has really made Trump irate. And Trump is now forced, he just signed it today, the releasement of the Epstein files. That's why the FBI spent $1 million in overtime to redact everything. Something is very fishy. and the Trump relationship with Epstein, which we already know. We've talked about it before. Anyways, okay, I digress. Weird stuff going on with the government and Candace Owens. And of course, Candace Owens recently has claimed that Macron has put out like, what was it, like 1.5 million or something, a hit on her. And she claims that she had contacted the Trump administration, and the Trump administration has validated. Now, we have not seen proof of this, but she claims they have validated the evidence that the head of state of France has put a hit out on Candace Owens. So very, very strange things going on. It's hard to keep up with Candace because every day there's like a new drama surrounding her. But I will say, whatever she's doing, the engagement she gets online is absolutely astronomical. So props to her for doing it. But okay, next thing I want to do is, we're not going to watch this whole video, but I have a whole series of posts here I want to go over that have to do with Islam and Islam's increasing boldness in the Western world. And this is just, there are so many more I could choose from. So it's limited in what I have, but it's still like 10 posts that I want to show you guys. And I thought it would be appropriate to play a recent clip from Alex Jones. This was just like a week and a half ago, talking a little bit about the destruction of Rome through mass migration. Now, some of you guys may have heard of the Gates of Toledo. Feel free to look that up if you're not familiar. But I want to play just a few minutes of Jones kind of turning the corner on two topics. One, he seems much more outspoken concerning Jewish involvement in American politics and society, but also he's also kind of turning the corner on Trump. And I have another section, we'll play a little bit of him talking about how he's sick and tired of Trump attacking Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene, and then playing golf with Lindsey Graham and kissing ass with Mamdani in the Oval Office. I mean, did you guys see Trump and Mamdani? I mean, Trump was beaming from ear to ear. It was I found it a bit strange. You know, Jack Posobiec, who actually blocked me on X because I don't know if he still is, but this is like 2020, 2021. Posobiec posted him and Chambers, the lawyer guy, I forget his name. They like posted like pro LGBTQ stuff or like gay pride or something. And I quote tweeted, I was like, I thought you were a Catholic. Like, how are you promoting? And he blocked me. So I don't know. Maybe Posobiec is no longer that. I don't know. But Posobiec asked a question specifically to Mamdani and like rolled his eyes at the idea that Trump was like helping Mamdani defend himself and stuff. So very kind of weird stuff. But anyway, here's Jones. Check this out real quick. Check, check, check. No sound? What? What the heck? Can you guys hear me? Check, check, check. Can you hear me? You can't hear Alex. You can't hear this? You guys can't hear that? What? How do you? You can hear me though. How do you? I don't know how you can't hear Alex though. Like it's literally just the speaker. You can't hear this. What? How do you guys not hear this? AI noise canceling. What? Okay, what about now? Can you? I mean, it just worked
saying-
before.
Just having orgasms, basically, about America being nuked and being destroyed.
It just worked for Joe Rogan. How is it not working now?
Like smiling maniacally. I mean, Hollywood actors, Jack Nicholson couldn't act this evil. And these are prominent rabbis. You are demon possessed. And there are Catholics that are demonically influenced. There are Christians, Muslims. But hey,
I swear, somebody freaking attacks my show. I've done nothing different, guys. What the hell? Remember, like the last two streams I did before I left, like on the Is God Anti-Semitic stream, like my mic just stopped working for like 5 minutes. What's going on with my stream? I haven't done anything different. Now you can hear it? What is going on? I swear this happens all the time.
let me tell you something. Some of these rabbis, they got satanic energy just beaming out of them. And those people need to be exposed and spoke out against. 99% of Americans don't even know about Titus sacking your temple. Most people in America and stuff were Germans and French enslaved by the Romans too in England. Like, if you want to demonize the Romans all day, you're going to just say because we're the new Rome, we all deserve to die?
Rome is generally considered the Western world, America and the Christian world.
The nation of Edom, of Romi, the Western world.
Rome doesn't mean to be like today's Rome. It's like the Roman culture, which is basically all of the Western culture. So United States is also a continuation of that culture of Rome.
Rome, which is Edom, which is the West, will fall, collapse as it were before Mashiach.
Until the kingdom of Edom falls, then the Mashiach will come. That is, the Mashiach will only come when the Roman Empire falls. What is the Roman Empire today? Christianity now. But what did Cope do? He now brings many Muslims, many, who conquer Europe, America, and the other Christian countries without war until the entire Roman Empire falls by itself. And the Talmud says that if the Roman Empire falls, Mas will come to our time immediately.
There are, without doubt, Jews involved in those movements and those organizations, very often NGOs, etc., who promote this
Street.
And they force their culture on them, and they're taking away Paris, London, all these places. You can see there's riots in London for months already. They killed some girls there, I don't know exactly the story. This is their punishment. They came and killed the Jews that were in Europe. Hashem said, no problem, I'm gonna give you something a lot better than the Jews that you killed. I'm gonna send you the children of Ishmael. You will have a taste.
Which country had the most open arms for the wonderful Syrian refugees? Now they see how wonderful it is a year later. That destroyed their economy, their infrastructure, their social welfare, and everything else. Germany. Merkel went and took in 1.2 million of these people, and then said she's going to take in double that. Now she's already backing down because she realized that there's no country left. But, hey, what happened? Yaakov Avinu prayed to God, Al tited ma'Hashem me'avei resha. Don't let the last exile of it, don't wipe out my children. Hashem said, don't worry. Lu Yishmael yicheh lefanecha. Your grandfather Abraham already found the solution for it. We're going to infiltrate Germany with Muslims, and that's going to bring Mashiach. Because the Ishmaelim are going to fight the Edomim. They're going to take battle one to another. HaKadosh Baruch Hu sends the Bnei Ishmael that are not from the four Galuyot to fight Edom's fight for us, because we can't fight that fight because we're not worthy spiritually of that. We need the Bnei Ishmael to have power, because then they're going to use that power to go spite the Bnei Edom. You're our slave who's doing the dirty work for us. You're cleaning up our mess with Edom, so we should be able to have Mashiach. That's all you're doing. And for that we say kudos and thank you.
These two sides are going to go into a spiritual war that's called Gog Magog. Yes, Gog Magog war, and there's different parts of the war. It starts initially as a war that seems like irrelevant, but then we start seeing this is more of a spiritual war than anything else, because it starts with first Edom against Ishmael, Esav against Ishmael, the Christians against the Arabs.
Edom falls to them. They lose. The Western countries lose this war. Why? Because they destroyed the second temple. Meaning, while you were all rooting for the West this whole time, you forgot about the fact that they have major debt to pay.
Rome will fall into the hands of the Persians.
Not the entire West will be wiped out, but most of the West will be, according to this prophecy. And they will be wiped out by a very low class of migrants. They will be the lowest possible class of people, and they will be the ones to destroy it.
Europe already accepted, past the 10 years, accepted more than 100 million refugees. I don't think that another 1.5 million refugees would make any difference for the Europeans.
Hashem turned the Europeans to such fools that they blinded them, that they brought the cancer into their body. I mean, people today get cancer, nobody invites the cancer. You're taking over the world. The Europeans don't have kids. In Italy, they don't even have 1 kid per family. Not even 1 kid, 0 point something. They're going in reverse. In another generation, there won't be no Italians, it's gonna be all Arabs. French, same thing. British, same thing. Danish, Greeks, all these countries. 30 to 50 years, it's all gonna be Arabs without terror.
Blinken is Jewish, Sullivan is Jewish, Schumer is Jewish, Mayorkas is Jewish. I don't know if you realize how many Jews there are that are stabbing America in the back.
Every country who hurt the Jews were destroyed. It's just a matter of time, because God runs the world. Everyone who goes against his children, soon or later, will be severely punished.
Almost a...
So I play that video. I don't know what's going on with the audio. I think somebody's messing with my stuff. It's weird how it just mutes and then unmutes. I don't know, guys. I told you there's something fishy when I do any controversial stream. Weird stuff happens. But I bring all this up, and I thought it was an interesting little segue to move into here. Just looking at the brazenness of Muslims in the Western world. So this is in Brussels in Europe, And so Muslims they beheaded Jesus Christ in a nativity scene. It was a public Christmas display in Brussels. Not only did they, my audio's low. My audio hasn't changed. What about now? Check, check, check. What is going on with the audio? Is it just Pufferfish? He's the only one that keeps saying audio is low. Check, check, check. You guys hear it? Better. Is it still quiet? Is it different than it was at the beginning of the stream? I don't get it. Somebody's It's loud now. Okay, thank you, AC. Somebody's messing with my equipment. I don't get it. I don't know how. I never have audio problems. Okay. It's good now, though. Weird. Okay. So, anyways, this video that I was going to show you, this is a nativity scene in Brussels in Europe. And Muslims not only defaced like the mother of God, like they did weird things to her face, but they took the baby Jesus and beheaded it and then put the beheaded body back. So I only bring this up to show, interestingly enough, what all those rabbis had to say about how flooding Christian lands and that Christianity is AKA Rome. Some said the U.S. was specifically the new Rome. Of course, we as Orthodox believe, in Russia being the third Rome, Moscow specifically. But anyways, I digress. That they're talking about Rome being destroyed by the Ishmaelites, so the descendants of Ishmael, so the Arabs, the Muslims, and how they're welcoming that, and that they're gleeful because the destruction of the Europeans in America through mass immigration is necessary for their Mashiach, their Messiah, to emerge. So this is one scene in Brussels. This is in Vienna. That someone placed the Palestinian flag on the votive church. This is an attack on Christians and a provocative gesture of Islamic conquest. And it absolutely is. It absolutely is. I don't know how they did it. I don't know if, this crane or what. I don't know the details of this story. But that's absolutely a provocative thing. And I'm going to have a thing from Ireland, who I will give credit. Ireland, one, they're fighting against their mass immigration, and two, they're very outspoken against Zionism. So, congratulations to Ireland and the Irish people for that. However, they're putting the Palestinian flag over one of their capitals, and I'm going to show you that. It's in Belfast. Makes no sense, right? So this is where I think the Western mind is the problem with dialectics, is those that are against Zionism, which is good, then fly the Palestinian flag. No, fly the Irish flag and speak out against Islam and Zionism. Like I don't get how some of these Western nations that are correctly criticizing Zionism want to fly the Palestinian flag all the time. What? Stop. Fly your country's flag, and you can still be, speak to both sides of I just don't get this idea that somehow Islam is better than Judaism. This I play because this is actually from my wife's city, and I don't know, because the audio is messing up, so I'm going to stop with these videos. I'm not going to play any audio, but this is in Stuttgart, Germany. So this is the southwestern Germany, what used to be the sort of automotive capital of Germany. It's where Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Porsche is all headquartered at. And I've actually been right here, like walking through here. There's stores and shops all along this way. Well, the Muslims during a Christmas celebration all went out in mass. You can see it's mostly young men. And they start chanting like Islamic songs, and what's supposed to be a Christmas celebration in Germany. Interesting. Yeah, exactly. I like that, Pufferfish. Fly the Byzantine eagle flag. At least for us Orthodox Christians, that represents something. But it's outrageous. You know, let alone, right? I'm showing you stuff that is so modest compared to the rape gangs in the UK, the 1,500 British girls that their own countrymen allowed them to be raped in fear of being politically incorrect because they're all Pakistanis. And Pakistanis are just the Muslim Indians, right? There's very little difference between the ethnic groups of Pakistan and India. It's basically the same people on different sides of a river. One's Muslim and one's mostly Hindu, or, you know, a variety of different things. But like, it's just unreal. It's unreal. The Christmas markets in Germany, for example, Germany's having to take all these precautions because last Christmas, Muslims would drive 70 miles an hour in a van right through the center of a Christmas market, hitting like 40 to 50 people. So interesting how many of these rabbis are talking about how this is prophetic for the coming of their Mashiach. It's amazing how emboldened the Muslims are in the West. You know, here in America, and I got a bunch of Somali stuff to go through, but there's so much more. I could have made the whole stream just about Muslims in the West, which I did not, but I could have. And like there's like a new police captain in the Somali community in Minnesota, and he's like in charge of the police force. And when he was hired, like in his introductory speech, he did it in Somalian and basically talked about how the point of them gaining power in America is to protect their own community, essentially insinuating that he, as the new police chief or whatever, is not interested in monitoring other people. They're interested in protecting the Somali community, which, as you guys probably have heard, just got found that there is basically $1 billion that has been stolen of taxpayer money by the Somali community in Minnesota through all these different fiascos. They had like their own real estate company. They were getting, I'm going to show you a video, but it was like $399 million in 2023 for autism. 399 million. That's one community. And then they found out that's why they're being investigated for fraud. And Trump, rightfully so, just pulled their protected status. Now, I've been very disappointed with Trump, so I doubt there's going to be the amount of deportations I would like. But the fact that he pulled their protected status and at least is allowing DHS to go after the Somalis. And apparently, from what I heard, like the new mayor in Minneapolis just told the Somalis that at least 100 DHS officers just arrived and that they're planning mass deportations in the next week or so. Well, good. I want all of them gone. I want all of them. I do not want Muslims. You guys have seen in Dearborn, the city council, the Christian guy goes up there and talks about how, one, they complain about the call to prayer. They say, deal with it. Another was they talked about being harassed going to church. They basically tell him to deal with it. I mean, Dearborn, Michigan is basically the Muslim capital of the United States. And, it's just getting so explicit. There was an imam in Michigan and one in Texas. I think the one in Texas got arrested, but both of them are on video in the mosque telling the young Muslim men that it is time for jihad in America. Which, again, none of us should be, surprised. It's not surprising, right? Everybody would expect this with massive Muslim migrant communities in the West. We would expect them to be violent. We would expect them not to assimilate. We would expect them to essentially be a plague to our society. Trump has this new no third world country ban. Well, if that doesn't include Pakistan and India, let's get real. You're not serious. You're not serious about banning mass migrations of people from third world countries if you're not going to stop Indians. Every single state I go to, you find areas where there's just tons of Indians. I saw it in Georgia. It's obviously here in Indiana. I saw it in Tennessee. It's definitely happening in Texas. Everybody I've talked to that's in the Dallas area has talked about how Indians have basically taken over the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I'm not interested. They all need to go. Yeah, the poop jeets. I didn't realize that Indians got so offended by Pajit. That is like that is their N-word. So I was made aware that you can't like put Pajit and stuff in YouTube titles because the algorithm will get you. But you know, I'm just sick of it. I'm sick of how they interact. You know, I will say Indians are better than the amount of Muslims. Like I'd rather have the amount of Indians in this country than Muslims. However, maybe I don't. I was thinking about this today that if it was if the amount of Indians in this country were actually Muslims, maybe the outcry and the support for deportation would be so strong that we would be able to get more done. I don't know because Indians, they occupy this weird middle area where they're Eastern Asians, not East Asians, but we'll say South Asians. They're Asians, they're brown, but they speak English. They typically have a job, but they also commit a bunch of fraud. And they don't really assimilate. And they maintain their Indian identity. And the problem is, India is the most populated country in the world. And so with that being the case, they could replace the entire population of America. 350 million is what we're told. They could replace that with the blink of an eye. They could replace 350. They could import 350 million Indians to America, and India wouldn't change at all because it's over 1 billion people. That's why it's like serious go time. And so let's see if the audio works, because I would like to play you this video if possible. So this would be our last attempt. Let me know immediately, guys, if the audio isn't working on this. But we're going to try to play this video. I thought it was worth playing here.
Why are Somalians in America? Yesterday, a Somalian rear-ended me, which thankfully no one was hurt and no damage was done to my truck. But it got me thinking, why are Somalians in America? Especially North Dakota and Minnesota. So I looked into it. The main group bringing in Somalians is Lutheran Social Services. They are led by this guy, and this is his staff. And turns out they get $2,375 for every Somalian they bring over. But we have to ask the question, why are they coming over here in the first place? And another surprise, turns out our government was funding a dictatorship in Somalia throughout the Cold War, led by Saeed Barre. And this dictatorship led to clan favoritism and overall just destabilized the country, and inevitably collapsed in 1991. Also, our troops were over there. This is where the movie Black Hawk Down comes from. But overall, Somalians have no right to be in America, especially North Dakota and Minnesota. They don't integrate into our societies. They carry over their clan mentalities. If you personally have never interacted with Somalian or just don't believe me, I would recommend checking out Nick Shirley's video he did the other day. What do you guys think about all this? Let me know down in the comments below.
Anyways, it's been discovered is basically this massive fraud campaign to bring more and more Somalians into the United States. And then Tim Walz, the the fairy guy that's the governor of Minnesota, he then was also getting kickbacks through these millions of dollars. For example, Ilhan Omar, the prominent Somalian congresswoman, when they were getting all this money through like their real estate, these health deals they have, all this fraud, which we're now being told it's over $1 billion. At first we were told it was like almost 600 million. Now we're told it's over $1 billion. And now in the last 2 days, they say the total corruption and fraud under Tim Walz is near $5 to $6 billion of taxpayer money. Well, apparently the Somalian community, like when they have this thing for autism, I'm going to show you this in just a second. And they would claim autism rates or higher autism in the Somali community so that they would get more taxpayer money, up to $99 million. And then they would take that money and distribute it amongst their community where people were buying cars and houses. And then millions of dollars would be donated back to Ilhan Omar. which is exactly, so it's all just a massive bring more immigrants in, fraud the federal government, which the federal government knows about. It's not like the federal government didn't know. Obviously, they're working to do this purposefully. And then they redistribute that money they get from the taxpayers. It is literally reparations. It's literally reparations. Oh, guys, we're down to 1 minute left on the goal. Thank you so much to everybody who's chipping in a little bit to try to help me reach my goal. I truly appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Austin DeTulio. Shout out to Austin DeTulio. Shout out to the Cheap Chimp. James O'Keefe exposed the Lutheran Church busing in the migrants during Biden's term. Absolutely. Shout out to AC, throws in 5, no comment. And Mr. Fist throws in 5. Thank you so much, man. Really appreciate you. Total Gravity throws in $10, no comment. Thank you very much, Total Gravity. And shout out to Red Fox. Again, it was a pleasure to meet you, brother. Throws in 20, says, I'm pretty sure Israel and France are psyoping Candace Owens. The interests align towards discrediting her. She is also grieving and needs an outlet. Praying for her. Yeah, I could totally see that. I could totally see that, Red Fox. Thank you so much. Vigo throws in $1. Really appreciate it. 19 seconds left, guys. Anyways. So they're frauding people. So then one of the things that has been discovered, slow boy white boy. Oh, God. She says all the money in the world can't give you IQ points. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's the irony, right? The irony is we could destroy all the Arab nations if we wanted to. Right. All the first world nations could destroy the Arab nations if they wanted to. Right. I'm not saying we should at all. I'm just talking about the civilizational differences in what's been created. And I think part of it is that the rabbis that we were listening to, they view the Muslims as low IQ, manipulable people. And they're using Christian morality, which has been secularized in the 21st century, against its own population through all these weird critical race theory and these, just this critical theory in general. So anyways, this one update, Americans are demanding investigation after Somalians reportedly used their own mortgage company committing shady activities to more easily get third worlders, houses that belong to American families. So that was one thing that came out, is that they're frauding housing. This is Ilhan Omar saying Somalis have always seen themselves as a fabric of this nation. Well, ironically, we had no Somalians in the United States until the 1960s. I think it was the Hart-Celler Act. It was at 65. That's what brought the first Somalians to America. At least in significant numbers. Maybe there's a handful of people here or there, but no, Somalians are not part of the fabric of America. They have done nothing for me. I can't think of a single contribution they have made. So anyways, that was her talking about that. This is her tells a crowd of Somalians that her top priority is to put Somalia first and expand its territory. She says, the U.S. government will do what we want, nothing else. They must follow our orders. That is how we safeguard the interests of Somalia. Now, meanwhile, she's married to a white man. I'm sorry. So nothing surprising there. But this stuff is deliberate and intentional and explicit. This was just last week ago. December 1st. So this was from yesterday, but I think it was from like 4 days ago. Halftime at a Minnesota Timberwolves NBA game versus the Boston Celtics. They have Somalian dancing. Why? No one cares to see it. No one wants to watch Somalians dance at an NBA game. You see, it's totally being forced on us. And then here, what's happening is the African-American community. So for those of you who don't know, Islam is exploding within prisons because African-American men are converting to Islam. in a way. They view Christianity as the white man's religion. They view it as a way to re-identify with, like, I guess, Northern Africa or something like that. Obviously, there's massive amounts of Muslims in Nigeria. They're doing mass slaughters of Christians there. Well, what this video was going around was showing that, unfortunately, in America, there's entire neighborhoods that are converting to Islam. So this is happening in America right now. This was from today. And here's Rashida Tlaib. There was a hilarious meme. I don't know. I'm the reason why Muslim men prefer goats. But anyway, in this video, she says, calls for Hamas supporters to mobilize and take over America. Look at this room, mother effers. We are not going anywhere. And so, you know, I'm in favor of Palestine against Israel, but I don't want Muslims around me. I don't want them in my country. Don't like the culture. Don't like what they produce. And so here's a video. I'm going to show you just a little bit of it. We may not watch the whole thing, but this is of Laura Ingraham talking about this new fraud that's just being, this is all like being exposed in the last week or so. Minnesota.
So back in 2018, local mini station Fox 9 investigated a similar scheme where as much as $100 million in cash was being stuffed into suitcases and flown out of town. So the fraudsters were reportedly using daycare facilities, isn't that nice, owned mostly by Somalis, to game the system and steal millions in government subsidies. Remember, it's always for the children. Here with us is one of the men who helped expose all of this, Chris Rufo, the one and only, Manhattan Institute Senior Fellow. Also with me is Dustin Greggy, Town Hall columnist. Chris, let's start with you. Now, they knew about it for so long. Why didn't Tim Walz do anything about this?
Because the Somalis have a lot of political power in Minnesota, and they're very quick to accuse any opponents or anyone looking into their business as a racist, as an anti-immigration bigot, and therefore the political establishment in the state of Minnesota, especially the Democrats, are scared to go after Somalis for anything at all, and therefore the Somali community has been ripping off Minnesota taxpayers to the tune of multiple billions of dollars and sending some of that money to overseas terror organizations. It has to stop, and I think it's time. We can't trust Minnesota officials. It's time for the president to take action.
Well, and I got to say, Dustin, this is wild because the Minnesota police chief, the Minneapolis police chief, you know, raised this issue of this Somali gangs, I guess, and talked about the crime. And he basically had to apologize for having said to the community. I think we actually have it. Let's listen.
We have to be honest at times with the problems that we're having in our community, and we need our community to help us fix those problems together because it's real and it's serious. At the same time, if people have taken anything that I have said out of context in a way that's caused harm, I apologize.
See, we cannot get anywhere as a society. I mean, what we're talking about is, again, she was talking about billions. From the number I saw, one of the higher numbers is 6, potentially 7, but I saw multiple people stating it was up to $6 billion with a B, $billion that these Somalian fraud rings have garnered over like the last 7 years. We are talking about $6 billion worth of fraud. And the police chief is apologizing that his words may have caused harm. Dude, what are we doing? What are we doing? This is incredible. What? Why would you apologize for your word? We're talking about $6 billion worth of fraud. Taxpayer money.
And I'm sorry for that.
He's sorry. He's sorry for making crime and, you know, something that we need to address in Minneapolis. Dustin.
Yeah, and to your point and what Chris has stated, it all comes down to a lot of the time, people are afraid of being called a racist. This goes all the way back to Omar Fattah, even with Feeding Our Future. When you look back at that time, Tim Walz had the ability to do stop payments on Feeding Our Future before they stole $250 million. Omar Fattah actually ended up going out there publicly and stating that it's because our state government is actually racist. And they ended up vying through that. And if you look at Minnesota in our 2022 election, we actually had 2 statewide seats come within 1 percentage point of actually winning for Republicans. So when we're talking about 100,000 Somalis in the Somali community, but only tens of thousands of votes being the margin of victory for Republicans, that's a voter base you simply don't want to upset. But now what has it gotten to us? We are going back to what, 2014 when this all started? Yeah. 2018 is when Walz enters office. But
it gets worse.
We're not talking about hundreds of millions, we're talking about billions at this point, and whistleblowers within DHS in Minnesota predict that it could exceed $6 billion, not just $2 billion that's been discovered so far.
Dustin, this is crazy. I mean,
So anyways, you guys get it. It's not a joke. This isn't like, oh my God, look at these immigrants. They stole a few $1 million. Billions and billions of dollars, orchestrated fraud ring, backed by various political donors and politicians themselves. So anyways, moving on. A new study found that only 10% of legal immigrants become a net tax contributor in the United States. This is what's so frustrating is I don't even have it up, but I saw a thing going around that, deportations, there was a big poll, I forget where it was, New Orleans or something. And like DHS talked about how they had deported, I think it was like 1,700 people or something like that. And then there was a graph showing the amount of H-1B visas issued the same month, the same days during the raid. And it was like around 2,000 visas. So even if we deport, in which again, 1,700 people is not enough. We're talking about 50 million illegals in the United States. We need like 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 a day. So 1,700 in a weekend, and we're bringing in almost 2,000 H-1B legal immigrants a day. What are we doing? What are we doing? We are, oh God, that's what is so frustrating about the Trump administration. It's like the rhetoric sometimes is good. Sometimes the policies are good, but it just comes up short every single time of actually making a significant difference. This was interesting. So new Republican movement has sprung up in Ireland, armed with a new mission to protect the nation from migrant invasion, taking on the traitors in power. God bless them. Wonderful new development in Ireland. I love that they burned down many of the migrant centers while they're being built. But I see this and I had to keep it because I kept scrolling on X, and what pops up next? The Palestinian flag is raised above the Belfast City Hall after a proposal by Sinn Féin. What are we doing? You don't have to fly of the Palestinian flag to be anti-Zionist. What are we doing, Ireland? We're talking about deporting the Muslim migrants, and then you're raising essentially a majority Islamic national flag. What are we doing? You can be anti-Zionist and anti-Muslim immigration at the same time. It's just like the problem with the dialectic of the Western mind. Now, this is something that I really wanted. This is something wholesome. This is something wholesome I want you guys to have here. So I definitely want to play this video. This is probably the only thing that you feel good. This is a video of a man who is 88 years old, veteran, and he's working at Walmart. And I want you to watch this whole thing. It's amazing because I got some really cool news to show right after it.
Just seeing if I could have help scanning this. Thank you. What was your name?
Ed.
I'm Sam.
Okay.
I actually had someone nominate you from this store and said you're very hardworking.
Well, I try to be.
May I ask how old you are?
I'm 88.
And still working?
Yes, I have to.
Why do you have to keep working?
Retired from General Motors in '99. In 2012, I went bankrupt and they took my pension away from me.
Oh my gosh. Do you
know what to say. This goes a long way to help me.
Give you a hug.
Yeah, thank
That's
you.
allowed.
So the reason I wanted to show you that is obviously it's incredibly heartbreaking. A man who's a veteran, 88 years old, and still has to work full-time at Walmart through the express checkout because he doesn't have enough income, worked for General Motors. And when they went bankrupt in 2012, he lost his entire pension. So all the money he put into his retirement while working. And why I wanted to say it was a really wholesome moment is that this got shared and went viral online. I mean, this particular one has 1.7 million, but this isn't the actual TikTok. And so people started a GoFundMe for this man, and they raised $745,000 in donations. And so Ed Bombas still works because he lost, his General Motors pension after the company went bankrupt in 2012, used up his life savings caring for his sick wife. And I just thought that was really cool. Really cool that they raised $750,000 goal, and they were able to raise 700. And this is like something real. This isn't like the black kid that killed the white kid at the track meet in Texas, where his family raised hundreds of thousands of dollars and bought a new house and car, even though his son committed murder. Like this is wholesome. This is a legitimate man. And what kind of broke my heart is he has that American flag pin on his hat, right? So he's 88 years old. He's seen the massive transformation of American society. He's a veteran. He worked his life at General Motors. He watched his wife die in front of him after he lost his pension. And now he's by himself, 88, works at Walmart, and he still has like this faith in America, right? I think for some of us younger, millennial and Gen Z, it's hard for us to still have the faith in America and like the American project. But to see a man like that, still trying to hold on to like American pride, whatever's left of this, decrepit nation. But that brought joy to my heart today. And I thought, man, I got so much negative stuff I always share in these drama alerts that I always got to have something wholesome. And so shout out to Ed. God bless you. And I think it's great that TikTok went viral and that hopefully he doesn't have to work full time at Walmart anymore. Like that's not what this country was made for. And that's why I had this after the whole Somali fiasco, because look at the billions of dollars these immigrants are stealing from us. And then a man who's actually a contributor, right? We're talking about how only 10% of legal, not illegal, legal immigrants are actually a net positive to the American economy. This man, I'm sure, was a net positive his whole life, and now he doesn't have anything. So, God bless Ed. I thought that was something uplifting. Something of a bit irony is this kid, Oxford student and DEI advocate, says he is the victim of online abuse after it emerged he celebrated the murder of Charlie Kirk. George Aberoni lost his position as president-elect of the Oxford Union following a vote of no confidence by its members. And I don't even need you to listen to this guy. I just thought it was so ironic because there was a video that went viral of him like celebrating that Charlie Kirk got assassinated. And he is literally almost in tears on national TV talking about how he's getting violent threats on the internet. So it's like, let me get this straight. The violent threats on the internet are really serious and we should all care about civility. But you celebrating a bullet to Charlie Kirk's neck, that when you celebrate, that's okay. I mean, it's like the double thing here is just incredible. So we should be concerned because people are threatening you on the internet, but you celebrating a literal assassination is okay. Like I don't know if this guy's even apologized for what he says, and he never brings it up. He just goes on about how much he is in danger right now and basically why we should care for him. This I thought was funny. Adolf Hitler actually won his election. So Adolf Hitler, Unona, has officially won the local election in Nambia, Southern Africa. So I thought that was hilarious. Like, what? His parents named him Adolf Hitler? And this meme is hilarious. Adolf Hitler, you are browner than I expected. Come on, that is hilarious. That is hilarious. Oh man. This is just, I'm going to speed through this one. This has to do with some of the seditious acts of, for some of you may have seen like Mark Kelly, former military vet, this guy right here. In this interview, he basically advocated for military soldiers to not take orders that anything issued by Donald Trump, President Trump, who obviously they have to follow. That's military rank. And it was essentially insinuating that Trump has issued all these illegal orders to the military. Now, when he got pushed in a recent interview, I don't even think I have the interview up. He admitted that, well, he can't name one in particular, but that is a treasonous act. And he could be, found guilty. I mean, I think the minimum of like a seditious act against the U.S. military is like 20 years in prison. So my only point in bringing this up is not that we care that much what Mark Kelly has to say or criticisms of Donald Trump's presidency. My point, and why I think it's of interest, is because we're seeing the social strife in America. And we're seeing the splitting of the Republican Party, partly due to Trump's own faults. I mean, he's kind of contributed to the split in the Republican Party because he's beholden. I don't know if the Jews have blackmail on him or what. I don't know how what's on the dirt on him regarding Epstein, but it hasn't been great. We'll put it that way. We're seeing the Muslim community getting more bold. We're seeing the immigrant protests. We're seeing all types of stuff. And then for the same Democrat power structure to then advocate for the military to, not listen to the issuing of their orders. This is like the movie Civil War, right? The Obama movie that we covered with BLA about, again, a sort of Trump-like president. The U.S. is in civil war. The president has control of the national military, but the National Guards of Florida, Texas, and California are at war with the federal government. This whole thing. I'm not saying that is going to totally come to fruition, but we're certainly seeing things play out that would be exactly, it's predictive programming movie. We're seeing things come to fruition here where, a politician, a senator, is publicly advocating for the military soldiers to not follow orders. It's wild. So, I just had this. Of course, he's with Soros, right? Who else would he be with? And then I thought this was interesting that him and his brother, he has a twin brother that raised $2.8 billion for propaganda for Zelensky in Ukraine. So again, part of the military industrial complex. This is something that I want to play for you guys regarding Elon Musk. My criticisms of Elon Musk. I'm going to play these two clips back to back, and then I'm going to comment on them.
And if you go out, assuming there's a continued improvement in AI and robotics, which seems likely, the money will stop being relevant at some point in the future. Now there will still be constraints on power, like electricity and mass. The fundamental physics elements will still be constraints, but I think at some point currency becomes irrelevant.
Jensen, any thoughts?
By the way, the NVIDIA earnings call is later today. And humanoid robots will actually eliminate poverty. And Tesla won't be the only one that makes them. I think Tesla will pioneer this, but there will be many other companies that make humanoid robots. But there is only basically one way to make everyone wealthy, and that is AI and robotics.
And we can't talk about robotics without AI.
But AI and humanoid robots will actually eliminate poverty. And Tesla won't be the only one that makes them. I think Tesla will pioneer this, but there will be many other companies.
So the reason why I wanted to bring that up, why is this still playing? Oh, it's this one. Is because we all know that you can't trust Elon Musk, but we've been warning about the UBI, the Universal Basic Income. And so this all leads to a post that I wanted to show that he recently shared 2 weeks ago. And this is like his future. This is an advertisement for Tesla AI humanoid robots. And so his whole thing is that they're going to essentially do all the physical labor, which is a huge problem, right? I don't want to live in a world where robots do all the labor. I don't want to live in a world where work is optional. That was the first video I played of him. He's saying in the future, work will be optional. Money won't have any meaning. Everybody will have the same amount of money, and AI robots are the ones that are going to do that for us. No, people already have a meaning crisis in the Western world. You think them having no job, no labor, no responsibility, no skill set is going to provide them with more meaning? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So I bring this up because it's so dystopian and it's here, right? This isn't something like in the far distant future. This is something here right now that is happening. David Atlas throws in, our Codal Crew member for 20 months, says, always a great stream, Dr. DPH. Thank you very much, brother. SEA Moore, 07 to you, my man. Thank you for the $2. Oh, AC, shout out to AC. He says, Nietzsche said something like, feminine decaying societies seek to be impregnated by more virile peoples. This says a lot about whammon votes and dialecticians. Yeah. No, and that's the same problem with the women who want all these immigrants to come in, talk about being sexually harassed, right? The irony. And I'm not talking about just OnlyFans girls. I'm talking about liberal white women in general. Oh my God, that man dog whistled. He was oogling at me. And meanwhile, they're like celebrating the Muslims coming. You see this in Germany. I forget what video it was. It was like all these kind of overweight German women, like literally giving all the Muslim migrants hugs as they enter Germany. And it's like, they're upset with the crime in Germany and how they feel unsafe, right? This was the thing in the UK. A British woman was talking about how she feels unsafe. It's not cool that I feel unsafe. We need more British police. And then somebody was, so are you in favor of like no more immigration? Oh, no, I'm not against immigration. I just feel like our society should be more safe. I feel uncomfortable at not. It's like, what is the difference between 20, 30 years ago and now of why women feel uncomfortable? It's unbelievable. And yeah, in regards to the virility, that's what the Western man, I mean, that's what's going to happen. That is what's happening. We have to have the resurgence of the European man. We have to have the resurgence of the European man. And that means women, that means children, having lots of children, having big families. And as I'm going to do a stream later, being a Christian supremacist. We have to be Christian supremacists. That's the only way forward. Thomas throws in 5, says, but Somalis can do what they want because pirates are free. Haven't you heard the song? Thanks, Thomas. Kabanji throws in 10. Intel agencies and elite, quote, break down their worldview and we will provide one for them. Just like the quote from the movie Nefarious. God created you in his image, but remade you in ours. Demons, the devil. Absolutely. Great callback. We've covered Nefarious a few times. Great callback. AC throws in 10, says Trump doesn't have to be compromised by Epstein to be powerless and complicit to expose the transnational meta cartel. True. He split the right by waffling on it and backing neocons plus Venezuela and tech right. Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. Bannon was a key voice in calling out his relationship with Musk and Thiel and Larry Ellison and Sam Altman, all these different guys. Bill Gates has been to the White House with Trump and spoke glowingly of Bill Gates. So if that Bannon spoke out on that, but that had been one thing. I feel like we could have dealt with that, right? We get technocracy, but we get deportations, but we don't even get that much deportations. I mean, it's like we have a bucket full of water and Trump is using like a teaspoon to spoon out the water. That's the amount of deportations we're getting. And meanwhile, the HB1 legal visas is like a hose that's spraying and filling up the bucket while we're just like trying to teaspoon water out. It's just unreal. I expected the Zionism in the second term. What I didn't expect is how weak he was on exposing the fraud, on fighting the deep state. I mean, we knew that he wasn't the guy that the left thought he was, the one that we wished he was. But it's so more disappointing than I even anticipated. The deportations, the FBI, Pam Bondi. I mean, who's been prosecuted for anything? The big thing leading up to the election is Pam Bondi is going to prosecute the 2020 election fraud. Has anybody been charged? No, nothing. And like you say, AC, he's already split his own base. And his attacks on, which we're going to get to here next, is on Marjorie Taylor Greene. I mean, I don't know what we're doing. I have no idea what we're doing. It just feels like a totally failed second administration. It feels like it's not going to go anywhere. And we don't really have any alternative options. I mean, is Vivek Ramaswamy going to save us from the HB1s? Is JD Vance going to save us from technocracy in Israel? And H1B visas? I don't think so. I mean, the only one that I hear, and I'm not even a huge fan, I like his work as governor, is Ron DeSantis. But like his last attempt at the presidential run and the lifts in his boots and some of the cringe in the donors were all like establishment donors. He's a super, Zionist, but at least his rhetoric is he wants to end all H-1B visas for like an extended period of time. I'm in favor of that, but it's like we just have no good options moving forward. That's why really the only hope we should have is converting people to the Orthodox faith, because the more people we convert in America, the more America becomes Orthodox, the more America becomes Christian again, the more America becomes more masculine again, because there is no political option, there is no political savior, but there's no political help. Right? I mean, I don't think anybody here expects a political savior. We just want some political help. We can't even get that. I mean, if this administration, the second Trump administration, is the best we can actually get, then there's really, there's nothing to really protect. I don't go to church, have babies, convert people to Orthodoxy. That's the only modus operandi I can think of moving forward, because everything, I mean, hopefully we get Orthodox Christians into politics. Hopefully we can infiltrate power structures. We can build an alternative financial ecosystem, but it's not looking great. It's not looking great. Gray's son throws in 5, says it's Cole. God bless you, brother. It was awesome attending your church and having lunch after. Keep up the good work. You were key to my intro to Orthodoxy. Well, glory to God. Cole's a really cool guy that I actually met from New Orleans. Young man. I thought he was a priest. There was like this tall black guy, what I thought was like a pectoral cross, standing in our church. And I was like, man, he was in all black. I thought maybe that was like a visiting priest or something. Couldn't tell how old he was. Turns out he was a young guy. He came, his family was in Indiana, and he drove or rode actually about an hour or so away just to attend church. And so Jenny and I, my wife, we took him out to lunch, had some sandwiches, I think, at a restaurant, had some beers. So Cole, it was a pleasure to meet you, brother. God bless you. I hope you're doing well. Hope the family's doing well. Hope the move with the grandmother was well down to the south. Appreciate you, man. God bless you, bro. Really, really cool dude. Super based, right? I mean, Cole, what? You were super young, man. Are you 19, 20, somewhere around there? And dude knew all the conspiracies, like super red-pilled, Black Orthodox young man, handsome, tall, strong. It's like, dude, we need more of you in the Orthodox Church. 21. He's 21. I knew he was young. I mean, he looks like he's legit. He's legit. Shout out to you, Cole. Thanks, man. I appreciate your support. It was great. You coming to the parish, seeing everybody, being there for liturgy. And it was great chatting and taking you out for lunch, man. God bless you. AC throws in 10, says Wexner and Kushner have secondary ties with Thiel to Soros intermediaries in Argentina and the same Iran-Contra crew that Epstein and Clinton met with on Chinagate at the White House. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I wasn't aware of that. I'd have to look into that, AC. If you have some stuff, send it to me, dude. I'm not fully aware on that. So anyways, moving forward here, this would be, I think, the last video I'm going to play, and then most of it is just covering some quick news. But I just want to play a little bit on Alex Jones talking about the attack on Marjorie Taylor Greene and how even Alex Jones, one of the stalwart Trump supporters, actually is getting ready to kind of turn the corner. And he said he's getting ready to give up his support for Trump because he's sick and tired of like where he's going with stuff. So anyways, let me play this video real quick. Just a little bit. We're not going to play all 7 minutes, but just a little bit. You can't hear this? What the hell is going on with the audio? Is there an algorithm that works? What?
Stop. Compared to Trump's attacks, she has been mild back. And I'm not trying to attack Trump. I'm just saying it's not a good look. I want to win, Trump. I want to beat the left. If Trump continues to attack some of his best supporters just because they disagree with him on a few issues, they vote the majority of the time with him, it's stupid. You know, spend that energy on the Democrats. People don't like it. And the poll numbers show that. But I sure get criticized, like when he kicked Elon Musk out, and then Doge is now completely falling apart. They now admit Doge is defunct. It stopped. Most popular thing Trump was doing. He's been nice. They're back friends. Okay, great. I had listeners tear me apart. Not the majority, but we lost, a lot of listeners. You got a lot of hateful mail. They were, oh, you traitor, you sided with Elon. I didn't side with Elon. He was doing a great job. And the political insiders came after him, and a whole bunch of people in administration have now admitted that. You don't just have bad Democrats, you've got establishment Republicans. So, no, it's not good MTG's been run out. And now it's being reported a whole bunch of other Republicans are getting ready to quit. And then Trump will say, well, we don't need them. We'll get somebody else better elected. No, you'll probably lose those midterms or those special elections. And I don't just say that to go, oh, look, he's being negative. He's betting we're losing. No, that's what I really think. And this is what I do. And I talk to some of the best political brains out there, and they agree with me. And they talk to Trump all the time, but he cannot handle being disagreed with by most people. So they'll like bring him a clip of my show, like Mark Mitchell talked about last week, and stuff like that, because I'm not trying to win a popularity contest here. Trump continues to stoke the flames of the MAGA Civil War, attacks MTG, Paul, and Massey again. Great. Furious House Republicans warn more explode.
You know, my personal opinion is the reason why he's going after MTG and, Massey, I think it's just because he can't control Massey. But I think MTG really has to do with the fact that she really wants the Epstein files to be released. And there's something going on with Trump that he is, obviously we can suspect that he's massively implicated in that. I'm not totally sure. But with $1 million the FBI spent to redact the Epstein files because Massey got the vote through. I'm about to show you that here in just a second. And then he forced, so Congress forced, and here's the thing. There was Nancy Mace, Lauren Boebert, and Marjorie Taylor Greene. They were all asked. I know Lauren Boebert explicitly was brought into a private, a SCIF. So no communications, like classified information is being shared. And she was asked to not vote on the release of the Epstein files on behalf of the Trump administration, of which she refused because it would be political suicide for her. Because everybody knows that if you are a Republican and you are against the Epstein or you're on the wrong side of these issues, it's going to be exposed. This isn't, 1970s anymore. This isn't the 1920s. Everything's getting exposed. And Boebert turned them down. Now, I'm not saying Lauren Boebert is the bastion of conservatism or nationalism in America. Absolutely not. But my point is the fact that the Trump administration brought Nancy Mace because all the Democrats were going to vote in favor of it to get back at Trump. And they just needed like 4 or 5 Republicans to join. Well, Massey was on board. Marjorie Taylor Greene was on board. And so they really tried to prevent like 3 other Republicans from signing with it, which it didn't work. So the Congress actually got the Epstein bill passed, forced the Senate to vote on them. And at least what I saw while we were live, it looked like Massey posted something. I think I have it pulled up here in the next few tabs that Trump has now signed it, forcibly signed it. And what I believe is happening is that's why the FBI spent $1 million on redacting is they knew this was going to get passed. And so they are going to have to release a bunch of stuff, which makes them look terrible. Pam Bondi says she has the client list, then said it's really a nothing burger. Bongino says it is. Kash Patel says it is. And now, because Congress voted, forced the Senate, forced Trump to sign it. I mean, because Trump, if the Congress and the Senate pass a bill to release the Epstein files and he doesn't sign it, he can't do that. I mean, he could, but I'm saying it'd be political suicide. Not that he's running again, but he's all about his legacy and his reputation. That's what Trump lives for, is the reputation and his legacy. It would totally destroy it. Totally destroy it. So I think part of why he is so mad at Marjorie Taylor Greene is they are aligned on almost every issue except really 2. One is she is vocally critical that the economy isn't doing very well and it's very expensive for the average person, which is a fact. We all are living right now. We all see, prices of things, groceries, gas. I mean, my God, I just got 2 tires put on my car. I was blown away by how expensive tires are right now. Apparently, we're told there's a rubber shortage. I don't know if that's the case or not. Or, we're also told it's tariffs. Well, I bought tires that are supposedly made in America. Again, maybe the rubber and stuff. I don't know. But everything's fucking expensive. Yeah, steak. Oh, my gosh. Beef prices are outrageous. Yes, absolutely, the cheap chimp. Beef is, so that's where, we're just tired. Like, Trump, just speak, like, honestly. Say, hey, right now, You know, we've implemented policies. It's going to hurt for another year, maybe another 2 years or something. But we're going once we get on the other side, you know, think we got prosperity. Don't stop with the, oh, we're doing the best we've ever done. You know, he made one comment that gas was below $2. I looked it up that day. There wasn't a single place in the country where gas was below $2. Like, what is he talking about? And so Marjorie Taylor Greene has been critical that the cost of living, housing, is not, and the economy is doing as well as, again, she never even explicitly derides Trump. She just said it's not doing well. We need help with this. And then she's really adamant about Epstein. And I think it's the Epstein thing that that got under Trump's skin. I really do.
Explosive resignations are coming after Marjorie Taylor Greene. People are scared of what's in the Epstein files. It's not Trump, but it's the British royal family, the Queen of England, not with kids, but in business with him. Mossad, the Rothschilds, it's already coming out.
So we'll stop there. We don't need to watch that whole video. But, you know, this was something that Marjorie posted. This is from November 14th. So right when this kerfuffle began, President Trump just attacked me and lied about me. I haven't called him at all. But I did send him text messages today. Apparently, this is what sent him over the edge. The Epstein files. And of course, he's coming after me hard to make an example to scare all other Republicans before next week's vote to release the Epstein files. It's astonishing really how hard he's fighting to stop Epstein files from coming out that he actually goes to this level. But really, most Americans wish he would fight this hard to help the forgotten men and women of America who are fed up with foreign wars and foreign causes and going broke to feed their families and are losing hope of ever achieving the American dream. I will say there's a third issue that Marjorie Taylor Greene has been great on in the year of 2025, and that's Israel and Zionism and AIPAC. And I'm sure that got under Trump's skin as well. That's what I voted for. I have supported President Trump with too much of my precious time, too much of my own money, and fought harder for him even when almost all other Republicans turned their backs and denounced him. But I don't worship or serve Donald Trump. I worship God, Jesus is my Savior, and I serve my district, Georgia 14, and the American people. I remain the same today as I've always been and will continue to pray this administration will be successful because the American people desperately deserve what they voted for. Well, what's the text message she sent Trump that then caused him to publicly defame her? Again, this got 206,000 likes, 25.6 million views. What did she say? This is what she texted Donald Trump that he never responded to. Check the flight logs of Epstein's plane. Bill Clinton is on there like 26 times. Hillary too. For many of us, releasing the Epstein files has always been for the women who were victims of Jeffrey Epstein, but also because we believe that the Democrat bad guys like the Clintons were entangled and involved with him. Epstein was the spider that wove the web of the deep state. Lean into it. Of course, he doesn't want him released. And he claimed that she called her and said all these things. She said, I never called him. The only interaction I had is I sent him this text message. And then this was a response to someone else. In every single interview I've done, I have defended President Trump. So this must be Natalie, somebody working for Trump, and she's calling it the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. So exactly what Trump said. I've defended President Trump. I've said over and over that women say he did nothing wrong, and their attorney says he's the only one who helped, and the Democrats had 4 years to release the files but did nothing. Stop ignoring the women. Many of them literally voted for President Trump and say so publicly. Them being raped as teenagers is not a hoax. And I think that is really what broke the camel's back in regards to her and Trump. And that's where, yeah, James says there are people who really believe what they preach, and then there is fake people who claim to preach what you believe. Yeah, that's a good one, James. And that's where I've gained a lot of respect for Marjorie Taylor Greene. She would be totally politically viable, honestly. She's one of the again, I'm not in favor of voting for women in general. but she's good on the Epstein. She's good on the Israel. She's good on domestic immigration policies and economics. I don't know. I bet if she wanted to run for Senate or Congress, if she wanted to run for Senate and not Congress, because she's resigning as a congresswoman, she's stepping down because of the Trump attacks. And she did so because she said that she doesn't want to split the Republican vote in her district. So for whatever reason, she's resigning after this term. So when the midterms roll around, when the next election for her, I think that is the midterms for her. When that rolls around, she will no longer be in Congress. But again, that's the difference. That's why Lauren Boebert said, "I can't not vote for Epstein because I'm trying to run again." She wants to run for Congress again. She knows that if she votes against the release of Epstein, she will not win because the majority of her support are like millennials. They're younger people. They're not boomers. So anyways, I thought that was worth sharing. And then here is Trump on Massey. So this is from November 22nd. Trump just signed a bill I forced through Congress to realize his campaign promises of releasing the Epstein files. But then he said of MTG, she started backing perhaps the worst Republican congressman in our history, stupid person named Massey.
Are you willing to forgive Congresswoman Taylor Greene?
Forgive for what? No, I just disagreed with her philosophy. She started backing perhaps the worst Republican congressman in our history, just stupid person named Massey. And I said, go your own way. And once I left her, she resigned because she would never have survived the primary. But I think she's a nice person.
So Trump vowed to, again, dethrone her in her Congress seat. Well, this was posted. There's another one that I wanted to show that it was posted today by Massey. After fighting 5 months, today we succeeded in forcing both the House and the Senate to pass a bill to release the Epstein files. Thank you for your attention on this matter. If you want this kind of action, please support my re-election. Of course, Trump has vowed to take his congressional seat as well. Epstein files are a hoax. Why did Speaker Johnson fight the bill? FBI spend $1 million trying to redact it. Pam Bondi gives out binders. GOP oversight subpoena estate. The Justice Department opens an investigation, and Donald Trump signed the Epstein bill. Justice is coming. So let me refresh this. I thought Massey posted something today. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, this is him being asked about...
It's that simple.
Why do you think he is working so hard not to get them released for so many months? What do you think the real reason is?
These files implicate billionaires and friends of his and political donors that he's trying to protect. And Epstein also had close ties to our own intelligence agencies and Israel's intelligence agencies. That's why there's so much effort in trying to stop this. And I do believe they'll try to stop it somewhere else. And that's going to backfire on them too.
So the president...
He's right. This, again, it was a losing issue for Trump and the Republicans to be against the Epstein. Now, here's a couple things that came out from today. So Trump did a 2 p.m. press conference today. One, I'm very supportive of. Well, actually, both of them I'm supportive of. But this one is the Trump administration has just announced it is going to withhold federal funds to Democrat states for food stamps that have refused to share data to combat fraud. So good. They're not going to get federal money. They don't want the Trump administration to look into fraud. Good. They shouldn't. But this one I thought was incredible. I'll play the video real quick.
And I believe that at some point in the not too distant future, you won't even have income tax to pay because the money we're taking in is so great, it's so enormous that you're not going to have income tax to pay. Whether you get rid of it or just keep it around for fun or have it really low,
much lower than it is now, but you won't be paying income tax. We've slashed $1 trillion.
So, again, what not incredibly believable. He's kind of, if he's actually going to abolish income tax, that's a huge deal. It shouldn't be a 23-second snippet from a 2 o'clock press conference. But if he does, income tax was always supposed to be temporary anyways. It was a wartime tax that for some reason never got taken off. So hopefully he does. We get rid of the income tax. But we'll see. Anyways, Marjorie Taylor Greene says, fix health insurance, not regime change in Venezuela. And this is my last topic here. It looks like, boys and girls, it looks like America's going to war with Venezuela. So Americans be like, we have to go to war with drug traffickers in Venezuela, and then pardon a little drug trafficker. So this is from today. Donald Trump to pardon ex-Honduras leader serving drug trafficking sentence in U.S. Hernandez was convicted in 2024 of accepting millions in bribes to protect cocaine shipments. And why would Trump pardon him then? Weird, huh? Especially when what we're seeing now, like in this video, is the U.S. military acts like it's getting ready to go to war with Venezuela. We got multiple ships in place. This post right here, war surveillance. If the U.S. moves military against Venezuela, the initial strategy is already clear. Washington typically begins with long-range strikes to blind air defenses, cut command links, and dominate the skies before committing troops. First wave is missile attacks. Tomahawk cruise missiles from destroyers and submarines target radars, SAM sites, command bunkers, air and naval bases, and electronic warfare nodes. Standoff air power. B-52H and B-1B bombers launch JSSM-ER missiles from outside Venezuelan airspace, hitting air defense systems, early warning radars, and key military infrastructures. Then electronic warfare, EA-18G Growlers jam radars and disrupt coordination. Carrier strike operations, maritime control, and then no early ground deployment. This reflects the standard U.S. approach: overwhelm sensors, isolate command structures, neutralize defenses, and shape the battlefield without immediate ground engagement. So you say, well, maybe this is just all hoax. Not really. What I find very interesting about all this is Russia and China. So those were like considered the great allies of Venezuela. And of course, both those countries, Russia and China, gave them military equipment as of recent. I'm talking about within the last 6 months, gave them military equipment. Well, breaking, Russia and China, this is from yesterday. Russia and China abandoned dictator Maduro. At the peak of his conflict with the United States, Venezuela has lost the support of its main allies. Despite his anti-U.S. rhetoric, Russia, China, and Iran will not intervene in the conflict. Now, why would Russia, China, and Iran not want to intervene in the conflict? Because they know that, that the U.S. is actually, excuse me, because they know that the U.S. is actually serious. The U.S. is actually serious about going to, doing another regime change war in Venezuela. And I've talked about this before in a previous stream, that Venezuela, it's not just the oil. Of course, they have boatloads. I mean, I think they have one of the largest oil reserves in the world, maybe the largest in the world. But they just found in the last 2 years a wealth of minerals, rare minerals that are necessary for a lot of the technology that is being built right now, AI systems, all this different stuff. And whoever has control of that, I forget how many trillions of dollars they found just in rare minerals, rare earth minerals. So obviously it's a primary importance for the U.S. regime, not only to have somebody who's conducive to them in Venezuela, but to also take away a potential threat, a southern threat. I don't know. But anyways, the fact that Russia, China, and Iran made public statements that they're not coming to the aid of Venezuela, to me insinuates that they know that this is very serious. This isn't, this isn't just rhetoric. And so in 2000, there were 9 countries with a Rothschild-owned central bank. 4 have already been overthrown through regime changes based on the likes of weapons of mass destruction. So in 2000, there were 9 countries without Rothschild-owned central bank: Iran, Iraq, Cuba, Syria, Libya, Sudan, Venezuela, Afghanistan, North Korea. Now, you could mark Syria off of that because we now have a regime change in Syria, and we're trying to do a regime change in Iran on behalf of Israel, and it looks like we're getting ready to do a regime change of Venezuela. So the only ones that would be left is like Cuba and North Korea that we haven't done a regime change with. So there was another, let's see, there was another military video, I forget. Maybe it was this one. Yeah. Anyways, it's getting pretty serious. It's getting pretty serious. The Venezuelan war, it seems like it's almost inevitable at this point. So anyways, guys, smash that like. That it has been 4 hours. We've been streaming for 4 hours. Let me just double check, make sure I didn't miss anybody's super chat. Looks like we're good on Dono chat. Shout out to all the rattlesnakes who joined. I think Jake Rattlesnake may have dumped some of his viewers over here, so appreciate that, Jake. God bless you, man. It was a pleasure to meet Jake Rattlesnake at DebateCon as well. He's a really fun dude. Let me check. Cram throws in 3 over on Streamlabs, says, God bless. Thank you very much, Cram. And let me check over here. AC said Whitney Webb. That must have been where he was getting some of that research. I'll have to check that out. I don't own Whitney Webb's book, but I need to. Mr. Fista said no sound DPH. I can't believe something's going on that keeps blocking this mic. Something's weird is going on with my stuff. I don't get it. And Christopher Scott said, great to meet you at DebateCon. Keep up. Well, thank you very much, Chris. It was great to meet you, brother. It was great to meet everybody at DebateCon and the Athens and Jerusalem conference in Florida. So thank you, brother. Really appreciate the support. And yeah, I had a great time in Nashville. It was great to meet so many of the Crucible crew and people in that community. So anyways, guys, AC just said, he just sent in one. He said, I'll send it to you for Christmas, bro. Okay. Thank you, man. I'm totally down for that. It's a great Christmas gift. Thank you, AC. God bless you, bro. Thank you for all the support, man. You've been so supportive over the years. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Anyways, guys, that's going to do it for me. Like I said, I got some really fun streams coming up. One is, these aren't sponsored, so I got a bunch of great sponsored streams, but the ones that aren't sponsored is why I'm a Christian supremacist, the occult origins of Nazism. So a bunch of fun topics that I'm going to be putting together here. But it's good to see everybody. AC, Austin DeTulio, Mojo, Kristen, Slowboy Whiteboard, Crispy. It's so good to see so many of the familiar faces are here in the chat. And God bless all you guys. Akathis, thank you so much, brother, for reading the book. Akathis said that he got the Return to Babylon and was really enjoyed the book. Well, thank you very much, guys. And I really, if anybody would like to get access to the book, please buy a copy. I'd be very, very appreciative. Anybody that would get a copy of Return to Babylon from Adam to Antichrist, there's the Amazon link. And here's if you'd like a signed copy, and then I personally ship it out, you can get that with this link right here. So anyways, thank you all so much. God bless you all. Like I said, tons of content coming in the near future. So I'm going to be pumping out so many videos and streams, and got some cool announcements to make as well. So December is going to be a busy month. Blessed Nativity to you all. God bless you all and your families. I truly love you guys, and I will see you in the next one. As always, until then, God bless.